можуть бути впроваджені. Можливо, я розпочну з коротенького огляду. Дійсно, що представляє наша компанія, що представляє наша група. Отже, тобто Accuro – це назва, яка дійсно була пов'язана з латинською назвою і пов'язана з тим, що щось треба дуже вправно і перфектно. Тобто група Accuro, вона структурована в наступний спосіб. Тобто це є холдингова група, і також вона об'єднує 3 компанії, яка розробляє різні рішення щодо фондів. Також у нас є група, яка займається адмініструванням фондів і управлінням фондів, а також група, яка займається новими ринками. Можна говорити, що у нас також є ліцензії працювати на будь-яких теренах Європейського Союзу, і ми повністю відповідаємо європейським нормам щодо можливості роботи нашої групи. Також можна говорити і те, що наша штаб-квартира знаходиться в Цюриху. Можна говорити, що наша група повністю є група, яка повністю управляє і різними фондами дистанційно. Тобто є у нас різні можливості працювати з нашими осередками в усьому світі. Також ми можемо говорити, що група Accuro так структурована, що дозволяє нам впроваджувати різні рішення. Тобто можна говорити, що у нас є загалом повна структура холдингу з цими одиницями, які входять у холдинг. Також можемо говорити і про те, що ми працюємо в 10 різних юрисдикціях, не тільки в Ліхтенштейні. Ми працюємо в різних, як я казав, юрисдикціях, і ми працюємо з такими питаннями, як інвестиційні фонди. Можна говорити, які у нас є ключові компетенції та хто у нас є ключовими фігурами. Можна сказати, що 20 осіб у нас зосереджено в Ліхтенштейні, і вони займаються адмініструванням фонду. Тобто також у нас є відділки, які працюють з розподілом фондів, а також відділок, який працює з таким питанням, як управління активами. Цим займаються по 6 осіб в Цюриху та Ліхтенштейні. Можна говорити, що загалом в усіх наших 10 юрисдикціях ми працюємо більше, ніж 100 фондами. Тобто ми можемо сказати, що ми надаємо усі види послуг, які сьогодні потребують на ринку. Можна говорити, що робота в різних юрисдикціях надає нам можливість отримувати більше досвіду. Наступний слайд, будь ласка. І ще один слайд, будь ласка. Тобто, як сьогодні саме запроваджується процес і саме як здійснюємо ми роботу. По-перше, ми можемо говорити, що ми проходимо весь процес сформування фонду, забезпечуємо його роботу на всіх етапах. Також дійсно для нас дуже важливо проводити дійсний зосереджений аналіз щодо роботи в тій чи іншій юрисдикції. І саме в залежності від того ми проводимо ту чи іншу структурування фонду. Також ми можемо завдяки цьому впроваджувати рішення, які відповідають інтересам. Також можемо говорити, що стосується роботи фондів в різних типах юрисдикцій, різних типів фондів в юрисдикціях. Це також ми можемо говорити, що може бути і організаційно-правова форма різна таких фондів, але можна говорити і про те, саме ця різноманіття рішень забезпечується завдяки такій гнучкій структурі. Також ми можемо говорити і про те, що ми дуже тісно працюємо з різними представниками влади, ми здійснюємо нашу роботу у відповідності з чинним законодавством як країн, так і Європейського Союзу. Для нас compliance – це must, і таким чином ми забезпечуємо роботи в тих чи інших юрисдикціях. Також ми говоримо і про різманіття послуг, які надаються нашою групою. Прошу наступний слайд. На цьому слайді ми можемо побачити, як саме структуруються інвестиційні фонди. Тобто цей фонд зосереджений в Ліхтенштейні, але можу говорити, що аналогічні структури мають місце в інших юрисдикціях. Тобто всередині цього слайду знаходиться фонд. Також це є фонд, тобто у нас є законтрактовані фонди, і також ми можемо говорити, що нам дуже важливо саме впроваджувати такі схеми, тому що дуже часто ми працюємо над такими питаннями, як інвестиційні стратегії. Таким чином, коли ми говоримо про промоції щодо роботи фонду, ми дуже багато зосереджуємо уваги саме на питаннях інвестиційних, для того, щоб дійсно в належний спосіб здійснювалося і управління таким фондом. Така робота фонду забезпечується впродовж цього часу. Ми надаємо можливості. Також ми можемо говорити і про те, що фонд в Ліхтенштейні також ми здійснюємо певний нагляд і супервізію над певними надавачами послуг. Це також входить в функції фонду. Також можна говорити, що це здійснюється через роботу менеджерів з управління активами і саме такий фонд має ліцензію на здійснення саме такої діяльності. Також можна говорити, що дуже часто ми також зустрічаємося із іншими можливостями, коли певний вид діяльності включається до роботи фонду, але це за умов, що це необхідно для якоїсь конкретної локації та юрисдикції. Таким чином ми робимо нашу роботу в залежності від потреб наших клієнтів. Для нас дуже важливо, як я вже говорив, зосередження на роботі з активами та інвестиціях. Також можемо говорити, що саме засновники фонду, вони також тісно співпрацюють з фахівцями, які здійснюють роботу з управління активами. Також у нас також проводиться аудит фонду. Дуже часто ми запрошуємо міжнародні аудитні компанії для того, щоб здійснювати це разом. Тобто у нас є дуже хороша практика проведення аудиту. Також ми можемо говорити і про те, що такий досвід роботи став можливий завдяки довгій практичній роботі нашого фонду. Тобто, як виглядає структура? Тобто ми працюємо також з різними питаннями, які пов'язані з тими чи іншими юридичними можливостями. Також для нас дуже важливими є і питання, які відносяться до питання адміністрування фонду. Тобто всі ці саме аспекти і компоненти в роботі фонду є безумовно важливими в цілому для роботи фонду. Тобто, як ми можемо працювати з інвестиціями? Як правило, інвестор має свої рахунки. Наприклад, дуже часто інвестор може підписатися і стати учасником фонду, тобто і таким чином в той же самий час можна говорити і про те, що така участь забезпечує повну прозору роботу через таку структуру. Тобто тут дуже чітко відслідковується роботи з інвестиційними засобами, дуже чітко виконуються всі вимоги щодо забезпечення, убезпечення такого виду діяльності і забезпечення цих процесів. Можемо також говорити, якщо, наприклад, засоби розміщуються в банку депозитарії, це також є можливим, і цьому аспекту також ми приділяємо значну увагу. Наступний слайд, прошу. Які саме є переваги в нашому фонді? По-перше, завдяки своїй структурі ми можемо забезпечувати ефективне управління активами. Тобто це є дуже важливе питання на сьогодні. Можна говорити, що менеджери, які опікуються цим питанням, вони зосереджуються і мають основні компетенції. Саме для того, щоб дійсно здійснювати свою роботу за умов найменших накладних видатків, а також для того, щоб забезпечити саме реалізацію моделі, яка забезпечить виконання тих чи інших операцій за умов найменших витрат. Також можна говорити, що в нашому фонді є повний портфель різних технік та інструментів. Ці техніки, ці методи роботи, вони не відрізняються від загальнознаних методів, але їх різноманіття дає нам можливість працювати. Також брендування свого продукту також є дуже важливим, тому що ми видаємо наш продукт від особи нашої групи як бренд. Тобто можемо говорити, працювати як з професійними, так і непрофесійними інвесторами. Ми можемо також залучати інвесторів з які представляють тих чи інших клієнтів. Також ми можемо говорити, що у нас є потужний обсяг роботи на теренах Європи, завдяки цьому, що ми працюємо з різними клієнтами. Також ми можемо говорити, що у нас є чітка звітність, і ми можемо відслідковувати саме, що було зроблено фондом в тому чи іншому напрямку. І також у нас є дуже простий доступ до європейського ринку. Наступний слайд, прошу. На додаток до тих переваг, які я зосередив в попередньому слайді, хочу сказати, що у нас саме структурування значних за обсягом активів. Саме можна говорити, що у нас є такий підход, який робить роботу з активами в більш простий спосіб та більш оптимальний спосіб. Ми можемо говорити, що тут ми можемо говорити, що ми тісно спрацюємо з володарями тих чи інших акцій. Це також у нас також ми можемо створювати пули тих активів і тої власності і майна, яка може бути виставлена як в якості забезпечення, так і такі, які не виступають в якості забезпечення. Ми також можемо робити роз'єднання тих чи інших пакетів акцій. Також ми забезпечуємо підтримку тих чи інших банківських транзакцій, коли ми спрацюємо з банком, в якому інвестор утримує свої рахунки, а також із іншими сторонами. І це робить процес робить процес таким, що гнучким, і ми маємо свободу прийняття рішення. Що стосується роботи фонду загалом, ми дійсно працюємо за умов, коли наші накладні витрати ми робимо якомога меншими. Безумовно, це є перевагою роботи будь-якого фонду на сьогодні. Також важливим є дійсно це репутація фонду, тобто як сприймають фонд на міжнародній арені. Також дуже важливо, щоб органи, які здійснюють нагляд, також сприймали роботу фонду як належну, як таку, що повністю здійснюється у відповідності з тими чи іншими нормами. Також дуже можна сказати, що дуже часто і тісно ми співпрацюємо із податковими органами, тобто тут також забезпечується прозорість, і можна також говорити, що у нас дійсно ми не використовуємо в нашій роботі процедури накладання державного мита. Ще можна сказати наступне. Якщо ми підведемо підсумок щодо роботи нашого фонду, щодо тих переваг, які має фонд, ми можемо говорити, що дійсна робота у нас є повністю прозорою, нагляд за роботою здійснюється по всім напрямам. Що стосується роботи фонду, дійсно ми маємо повний пакет ліцензій, які були видані у графстві Ліхтенштейн. Також ми можемо говорити, що процес отримання цих ліцензій є дуже короткостроковим. Дуже часто, наприклад, якщо треба розпочати роботу, наприклад, з емісією тих чи інших цінних паперів, час, який йде на це, обмежується щонайбільше 4 тижнями. Тобто це також є перевагою, тому що процес забезпечується у дуже короткі терміни. Також ми можемо і говорити про те, що це дуже є важливий момент. Тобто ми можемо говорити, що дійсно структура витрат у нас є дуже ефективною, і це робить дійсно для нас більш спрощує процес розгляду тих чи інших пропозицій наших клієнтів. Також ми можемо говорити, що також це дає можливість в кращий спосіб структурувати. Також можна говорити і про всі транзакції, які здійснюються. Також Тобто, що стосується випуску акцій фонду, також, коли ми говоримо про випуск акцій самим фондом, або також цей процес у нас є дуже добре відпрацьований, і дійсно ми можемо тут говорити про це і в контексті певних податкових переваг, які діють в Ліхтенштейні. Також можна говорити, що робота фонду повністю відповідає всім вимогам, що стосується і структурування, і отримання всіх необхідних документів, ліцензій, дозволів. Також можна говорити, що це відкриває дуже добрі перспективи роботи фонду на теренах Європейського Союзу. Також можна говорити Також у нас ми багато говорили про структуру, також ми говорили про переваги, які має наш фонд, також структура, ми тут бачимо структуру витрат, також можна говорити, тут у нас є оціночні витрати щодо роботи інвестиційного фонду в Ліхтенштейні. Ми бачимо, що дійсно в порівнянні з такими ж фондами, наприклад, в Ірландії, наш фонд має кращі перспективи. Також можна говорити і про те, також, тобто ми можемо бачити, що така різноманітна різнобарвна структура, вона дозволяє нам здійснювати в належний спосіб управління активами в тих чи інших юрисдикції. Також ми можемо говорити і про операційні витрати. Це також дуже важливий компонент нашої роботи, який враховується в нашій стратегії і в нашій кожноденній праці. Також ми можемо говорити про порівняння наших операційних витрат в порівнянні з іншими фондами, і ми можемо бачити також бачимо і адміністративні витрати, вони також у нас в порівнянні з іншими фондами є більш меншими. Коли ми говоримо про управління активами, тут ми знаємо, що це сфера діяльності є багатофакторною. Тут ми маємо враховувати всі витрати, які входять загалом в цей напрям. Також дійсно, коли ми говоримо про управління активами, певні операції ми віддаємо на аутсорсинг, а все залежить від того, дійсно, саме з чого складаються наші операційні витрати. І можна говорити про те, що саме в цьому напряму також у нас є певні переваги. Що стосується банку депозитарію, також цей банк депозитарій також він у нас працює з іншими юрисдикціями. І також цей напрям також є дуже важливим. Також зазначені цифри, які забезпечують роботу цього напрямку. Особливо це стосується тих клієнтів, які зацікавлені в забезпеченні безпеки своєї роботи. Також ми можемо говорити часто, коли ми говоримо про роботу по наступним напрямам, також ці цифри зазначені на слайді. Також ми можемо говорити, що тут також у нас є цифри, які свідчать про те, що також в цьому напрямку фонд має певні переваги. Як я вже казав раніше, Дійсно, ми можемо відкривати фонди в будь-якій юрисдикції. Тобто спочатку ми розпочали нашу роботу в Ліхтенштейні, відпрацювали цю практику роботи, але дуже швидко ми поширили нашу роботу і на інші юрисдикції. Тобто також можна говорити, як правило, стосується Ліхтенштейну, ми можемо говорити, що такі фонди є не дуже великими за розмірами, але можна говорити, що наші фонди також здійснюють нагляд за роботу з надавачами тих чи інших послуг в будь-якій офшорній юрисдикції.
Все, конечно же, преимущества, они находятся в том, что мы расположены в центре Европы. Лихтенштейн – это, как я говорил, член Европейского Союза, ассоциированный. Точно так же он находится очень в близкой связи со Швейцарией. У нас много связей, мы делимся с сотрудниками и, естественно, управляем очень эффективно. Также Лихтенштейн на следующем слайде покажем, пожалуйста. Пожалуйста, 2 следующих слайда. Также мы очень серьезно признаны на международном уровне. Мы являемся членом Международного валютного фонда и мы очень хорошо интегрированы с Европейским Союзом. Также мы являемся членом членов международных комиссионеров по ценным бумагам. Если я могу подвести итог, я хотел бы сказать, что я хотел бы сказать, всегда думайте о структурах фонда, как вы будете структурировать свои активы. Возможно, потребуется 2 структуры, они будут различными, поэтому планируйте заранее и смотрите, как это все будет распределяться в финансовой индустрии. Также в Лихтенштейне мы действительно очень маленькая страна по сравнению с другими, но у нас присутствует большое количество фондов. По сравнению с Люксембургом это очень небольшое, конечно же, страна. Но я надеюсь, что я показал вам основные подходы к фондам, как это структурируется в Лихтенштейне. И, пожалуйста, не стесняйтесь, обращайтесь. Пользуйтесь данными этой презентации. И, естественно, если необходимо будет ответить на вопросы, с удовольствием это сделаю. Мы будем тогда знать, как мы сможем двигаться дальше. И спасибо. Немає мікрофону. However, the organizers will send the contacts of Roger to all participants. If you have any questions to Roger about the funds, you can ask him directly. He will be happy. So we are shifting to our next presenter, Irina Francken. She will be speaking about the structures of protection of assets, trusts and funds in unusual jurisdictions, New Zealand and Wyoming. And so we are
Добрый день. Приветствую вас из Сингапура. Меня зовут Ирина Франкен. И сегодня я хотела с вами поговорить об юридических структурах по защите активов. Что вам лучше подходит, трасты или фонды. И также дать немножечко, очень кратко, сравнительные характеристики новозеландского траста, нидерландских фондов и нового законодательства штата Wyoming по уставным фондам. Немножечко о нашей группе. Группа Fiduciary Services Group. Я являюсь директором и веду свою деятельность с 1989 года. Это достаточно старая компания. Мы работаем не только с частными клиентами, мы также работаем с большими организациями, которые оказывают образовательные программы, а также мы связаны с некоторыми трастами, которые занимаются хранением достаточно ценных картин. То есть инвестиционные фонды помогают этим структурам сохранять свои активы. За это время активы под нашими структурами составили значительную сумму. Юрисдикции, с которыми мы работаем, это прежде всего Нидерланды, Новая Зеландия, Сингапур. И штат Wyoming достаточно недавно я стала работать с этой юрисдикцией. Нидерланды, Новая Зеландия и Сингапур я знаю по опыту не только работы, но и по опыту жизни. Во всех этих странах я жила, работала и, в общем-то, знаю законы достаточно хорошо. Как говорится, действительно знаете компании изнутри. По Нидерландам это в основном фонды. В основном наша основная работа по фондам. Новая Зеландия – это новозеландские иностранные трасты. И в Сингапуре я предоставляю корпоративные услуги, а также консультационные услуги по филантропии. И в штате Wyoming мы работаем с трастами и фондами. Фонды – это совершенно новое законодательство, о чем я буду говорить дальше. Но прежде всего, что такое защита активов? Когда мы говорим о ваших финансовых делах, когда мы говорим о финансовом планировании или налоговом планировании, мы все время говорим о том, что должна быть выработана четкая стратегическая линия. И я все время говорю, давайте причешем все ваши активы, давайте разберемся, где что лежит, и как вот это все можно хорошо и компактно, и грамотно с юридической точки зрения организовать. И защита активов – это концепция управления средствами третьих лиц. То есть мы управляем вашими активами. Но мы управляем вашими активами только с юридической точки зрения. То есть проводим администрацию, формируем структуру, проводим администрацию, выступаем в роли трасти, выступаем в роли директоров. Если нужно, выступаем, безусловно, в роли номиналов, если это необходимо. А вот именно само управление мы отдаем в руки других профессионалов. Частные банки, а также инвестиционные фонды, гораздо лучше организации, которые занимаются этими вопросами. Затем защищать. Это нестабильные правительства. Проживая в Азии уже достаточно долгое время, я понимаю, какие риски предоставляют вообще нестабильные правительства, даже включая проблемы физической безопасности. Также нестабильное положение государства в критически трудные периоды правления. Это тоже одна из проблем, когда защита активов необходима. Неожиданные налоги. Когда я говорю о неожиданных налогах, я имею в виду буквально, когда к вам приходят в офис и говорят, давайте мы с вами договоримся. Такие ситуации часто встречаются. Коррупция присутствует во многих странах. Возникают также ограничения наследства. То есть не по законам, а просто по желанию лиц из вышестоящих органов. Экономические кризисы, эпидемии. Вот все эти проблемы, безусловно, отвечают на вопрос, зачем защищать. И клиенты, когда приходят к нам, когда первый вопрос мы им задаем, зачем и почему вы хотите защитить свое, то, что вы накопили, прежде всего, неопределенность будущего. Зарубежные инвестиции, расположенные в разных странах, и факторы геополитического и экономического риска, безусловно, играют значительную роль. Выверенная передача активов следующему поколению. Это тоже один из важных вопросов. И основное назначение практически трастов, иногда и фондов тоже. Свободно пользоваться своими активами. Каждый желает. Не думайте, что структура по защите активов – это, так сказать, совершенно какой-то закрытый сундучок, куда абсолютно невозможно долезть. Нет, свободно пользоваться своими активами – одно из ваших прав. И именно поэтому этот вопрос нужно решать, создавая правильную структуру по защите активов. Максимизировать свой заработок и рост и, безусловно, регулирующее налоговое давление, которое мы сейчас имеем в последнее время, давление в сфере законов по отмыванию денег, по борьбе по отмыванию денег, это занимает массу нашего времени. Я понимаю, как трудно становится нашим клиентам решать эти вопросы. Дорогое удовольствие. Вопросы, с которыми клиенты к нам приходят. Мы можем сменить слайды, а? Алло? 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 Я на слайде 7 сейчас. Седьмой слайд. Да, спасибо. Вопросы клиентов? Да. Вопросы клиентов. То есть, какую юрисдикцию лучше выбрать? Что предпочтительней? Траст, фонд или страховой полис? Сегодня я остановлюсь именно на трастах и фондах. Надо ли передавать в структуру все активы, включая акции компаний, приносящих основной доход семье? Да, это именно тот слайд, о котором я сейчас говорю. Спасибо. Конфиденциальность. Являются ли имена учредителей, директоров или бенефициаров публичной информацией? Очень важная информация, безусловно, это занимает основное время нашей беседы с клиентом. Нужно ли регистрировать или подавать в органы полную информацию об этих лицах? Но здесь я сразу остановлюсь, то есть Сейчас мы говорим о прозрачности, все структуры должны быть прозрачны, и я не знаю насчет органов, поскольку каждая юрисдикция отличается одна от другой, но нам необходимо иметь полную информацию и о бенефициарах, и о директорах, и обо всех лицах, которые задействованы в той или иной структуре, будь то траст или будь то фонд. Вопросы такие тоже допускает ли закон моей страны применение иностранного права по отношению участия граждан моей страны в той или иной структуре. И вот здесь мы приходим к вопросу концепции единого подхода для всех. Как вы понимаете, такое разнообразие вопросов, которые я уже осветила, они, в общем-то, не дают нам единого подхода для всех. Хотя структура единый подход для всех может подходить большинству клиентов, но она не может быть идеальной для всех клиентов. Это как платье одного размера. Оно может быть подходить всем, но идеально оно не будет сидеть на каждой фигуре. Так и структура. Вы помните об одном. Следующий слайд, пожалуйста. Помните, что ваша структура... Следующий слайд можно? Помните, что ваша структура должна соответствовать вашим требованиям, быть эффективной для вас и обеспечивать конфиденциальность и контроль, если это возможно. Это самое главное. Не надо копировать то, что есть у вашего соседа. Не надо копировать своего брата. Ваша структура должна быть эффективной, идеальной и работающей для вас и для вашего случая. Немножко рановато вы со слайдами. Я сейчас на 10-м. Фундаментальная защита активов. 10-й слайд. Да, фундаментальная защита активов. Очень часто я работаю в основном с клиентами из стран Восточной Европы, Англии и Австралии. Но иногда, в общем-то, приходят клиенты, это, в общем-то, очень характерно для клиентов из стран Восточной Европы, когда приходят и говорят, давайте мы лучше пойдем в ту самую страну, но которая никому не известна, оно так спокойнее будет. Вы понимаете, существует фундаментальная защита активов. Это реализация доступных, проверенных и выработанных стратегий. Нет необходимости изобретать что-то новое. Есть законы, которые очень легко реализовать, которые обеспечат вам надежную защиту в случае иска или судебного процесса. Поскольку структуры, юрисдикции, которые занимаются или предлагают структуры по защите активов, они также имеют в списке хороший список судебных разбирательств, которые, может быть, где-то в каком-то случае будут соответствовать вашему будущему судебному процессу, если такое вдруг плохое случится. Поэтому очень хорошо все-таки выбирать ту юрисдикцию, которая работает и предлагает структуру по защите активов и которая хорошо организована. Все, что вы должны сделать. Следующий слайд, пожалуйста. Все, что вы должны сделать, это найти оптимальное решение. Практически я всегда предлагаю клиенту рассмотреть свои активы, посмотреть, что и кому принадлежит, и принять современное решение. Не нужно отдавать акции вашей компании какому-нибудь номиналу, который живет на каком-нибудь острове, которого вы никогда не видели. Самое лучшее – это разместить ваши активы в структуре, независимой от вас, но в хорошей и надежной юрисдикции. Следующий слайд. Здесь мы подходим к основному вопросу. Как контролировать тогда? Как я могу контролировать то, что я передаю в траст, или то, что я передаю в фонд? Вот сейчас я хотела бы поговорить о частных фондах. Частные фонды. Секундочку, поменяем слайд. Частные фонды. Основные характеристики частных фондов. Отдельное юридическое лицо с бессрочной продолжительностью. И вот именно это является достаточно просто понимается, особенно клиентами из стран с государственным с юрисдикцией государственного права. Фонды не имеют акционеров. Может быть, это достаточно сложно понять, поскольку это не компания, но именно это то, что обеспечит вам защиту активов. Внешний контроль возможен. Иностранцы могут создавать фонды, в которых все участники являются иностранцами. И активы фонда также могут быть расположены вне юрисдикции регистрации самого фонда. Контроль учредителя. Контроль учредителя может быть прописан в уставе фонда. И устав фонда может быть составлен таким образом, что учредитель может быть членом совета. И все, что необходимо учредителю внести в устав, если это не против закона, то это может быть сделано. И одной из важных особенностей фондов – это отсутствие налогообложения, поскольку если это пассивный мировой доход, он не облагается налогом. Следующий слайд. Сейчас мы переходим к определению стифтинга и что такое стифтинг. Стифтинг – это голландский фонд. Существует много-много лет, и вообще история уходит в 15 век. Вот эти книги, это, в общем-то, из нашей домашней библиотеки, они где-то 17 века. Стифтинг определяется как сегрегированный целевой капитал. Целевой капитал – ключевое слово. Это структура, которая содержит активы, выделенные для достижения определенной цели. Опять же, цели. Да? Вот это очень важно помнить, эти ключевые слова. И активы стифтинга принадлежат самому стифтингу. То есть, если вы передали свои активы в стифтинг, вы перестаете быть владельцем этих активов. Стифтинг владеет вашими активами. Стифтинг является одновременно и юридическим лицом, и бенефициарным владельцем активов. Понятно, да? Переходим к следующему слайду. Цель стифтинга. Возвращаясь к тому, о чем я говорила. Целью стифтинга не может быть цель распределения средств его учредителям или управляющим лицам, или любым другим лицам. Что составляет исключение? Исключение составляет, если распределение сделано для благотворительных или социальных целей, то тогда это возможно. Пожалуйста, следующий слайд, 17. Стифтинг, безусловно, является прекраснейшим механизмом по защите активов. Поскольку в этой структуре нет бенефициаров, нет акционеров, имеет ограниченную ответственность это юридическое лицо, создается стифтинг для достижения цели, и он стифтинг владеет своим капиталом. Лучшего просто абсолютно быть ничего не может. Это очень старый закон, старая юрисдикция, где все законы прописаны грамотно. А теперь мы перейдем к уставному фонду штата Wyoming. Это один из самых новых законов, который вступил в силу 11 июля 2019 года. Следующий слайд, пожалуйста. Закон об уставном фонде сочетает в себе элементы трастового и корпоративного права штата Вайоминг. Имеет классические элементы учредительного законодательства, юрисдикции, гражданского права. То есть практически этот закон был создан для того, чтобы привлечь как можно клиентов из стран юрисдикции гражданского права. Поскольку это очень понятно. Если траст это очень непонятно для многих клиентов юрисдикции гражданского права, то фонд как-то более понятная организация. Типичными участниками фонда штата Вайоминг являются его организатор, учредитель, совет директоров, бенефициары, а в определенных случаях и защитник. Участник здесь определяется как любое физическое лицо. То есть это может быть корпорация, это может быть партнерство, это может быть акционерное общество. Но помните об одном, что мы должны от вас запросить будем всю информацию по корпоративному лицу, который является или директором, или бенефициаром, или учредителем. И если там опять же будет корпоративное лицо, то есть мы должны дойти в конце концов до индивидуала. И все это должно быть нотариально заверено и правильно заверено. Поэтому можете себе представить, чем длиннее цепочка, чем менее прозрачна структура, тем дороже это для вас. А в результате все равно нам нужна информация самого, что ни на есть, конечного, живого лица. Следующий слайд – это активы фонда. Здесь точно так же, как и в случае голландского стихтинга, имущество, внесенное в уставной фонд штата Вайоминг, считается собственностью самого фонда. Тем самым это как раз и обеспечивает защиту от претензий кредиторов, любых притязаний на принудительное наследство или законные права. А какие основные требования?
And then they sign the statute, they get the statute written agreement on the appointment of the registered agent, as well as have the state secretary. And as you see, there is nothing complex here. Everything is simple, can be easily, promptly organized. And here we should remember that information about the beneficiaries and founders is kept with the office, in our office. So this is the benefit of this jurisdiction. And now let's get to this arrangement of trust. Slide 22, please. As you know, what is arrangement in trust? If the founder of the trust founds it and transfer it to the trustee, everything what they have, the trustee becomes the legal entity of these as shareholdings. But when you become the trustee has no right to use these assets. It is given in the trust agreement. These assets are kept in the trust in the interest of the beneficiaries. And this is a sort of a solid, robust structure. As the trustee, normally we use private trustee companies. Why we do this? Because this is very good, because for us it's very important to have this understanding with our clients, because we could provide a good, solid control that actually exercised by the founder of the trust. If, for example, the private trustee company is selected as a trustee that will be managing your trust, the founder of the trust has very good rights. They could appoint the directors who know the business. They because, for example, these people will know all the needs of the members of the family, and actually will know everything about actually in case trustee is a private trust company, it exists indefinitely. Administrator left, secretary, state secretary changed, but the company remains, and the company keeps you as a company of your normally, we never use private trust company which you set up, but you should get to the existing trustee companies. You should not found your own trustee private company. No doubt you will have less problems with such a setup, but no doubt maybe you will have lower controls. When we use private trust company, it's more costly. But when you use your own private trustee company, then with this you should comply to very many terms and conditions, because private trustee company is a separate entities. That's why you see they should meet all the reporting requirements. Actually, they should have also shareholdings in some of your businesses. And sometimes it is a trustee person of some other trusts. For you, it's very important to understand whether there is a need to set up your own private trustee company, whether this private trustee company will cope with all the problems you will face. And now there are 4 important issues when you set up the structure to protect the assets. Slide 25, please. Actually, what you don't own cannot be claimed, but actually some control to be exercised over this. The structure and the asset management should protect this as well, and you should remember this. If, for example, if taxation regulation is changed, but it's okay, but for you it's very important to protect your assets, and you should have in use effective legislation to protect your assets. Also, another issue of importance, we understand that it's important to provide protection of assets, but sometimes it's too late to realize that it's important. If you have any problem, please get to us. We are ready to provide you this or that advice. Have a good day today. Goodbye. Colleagues, as with the Roger, unfortunately questions and answers session is not available. Please, if you have any question to Irina Francken, please get to her. She will be ready to provide you the answers on your questions, and details are given of Irina in the end of her presentation. Andorra will be represented by Alex Zingaus. Actually, certain opportunities are opened with Andorra for the taxation residents, tax residents. Hello. 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 I heard Irina. You said, unfortunately, when Irina finished her presentation, I don't hear you. What can be done? Maybe I will re-enter again your forum. Well, 1, 2, 3. Testing the system. Well, probably I will start my presentation, and then actually please confirm that everything is okay with my voice. Once again, good morning, Ukraine. I welcome you from Andorra, Zingaus, Pirineu Administrative Survey company. I'm the director of this company. Our company deals with the Actually, we provide residence permits, we represent Andorra, corporate structuring, also we deal with asset protection of information, as well as now it's also actually we are ready to find any information related to this company, and actually more information to be given on the state where I'm living. For us it's important also to highlight the opportunities that are available with our company, to show you how we do operate, how we can meet interests of our clients. What is important that from May to September our forum was changed. We understand it's a sort of a positive development because in May we had a hard time, not only in terms of a lockdown, but probably also more changes took place over this short period of 3 months. Spain and Andorra in red lists, but we have a very quiet situation, disciplined people, country is really small, everything goes straight and everything goes efficiently. Actually, we have tests, all kids go to school during the lockdown. Actually, we went to the mountains and we were not locked down in our apartments and houses. Andorra is a small country, it's the Principality of Andorra. Right before today, it is managed through France and Spain. On one part, we have all on the part of Spain. We are managed. We are governed by the President of France. We have our own legislation, and it's very important to mention. On one side, it is a plus, maybe minus. We are not the European Union member country, but we benefit all the preferences and benefits. We are included in the financial system. Actually, we don't have our own currency. We have euro in our state. Financial Actually, we work based on the European law, and as of today, we have finalized the reform of the taxation system in Andorra. It was finalized last year. Next slide, please. We have finalized this taxation reform last year, and actually from January the 1st, this law comes into common force. At the level of companies and the physical persons, we did not have any taxation. From 2015, the rate of taxation over these entities was 10%. If you, as a resident of Andorra, get income from abroad and it was not taxed, then it is taxable at the rate of 10%. And companies also were taxed at this rate, beginning from 2015. As we have a very small country, mountainous country, the resources are not so rich. Andorra historically uses its geographical location in order to get some gains, and here actually done is very efficiently. It's very comfortable living here. Practically you live in the seasonal resort. In the evening, it's mountainous sports, ski sports. In summer, it's different off-road traveling, and there are very many people who get here for cycling, specifically in summer season, because we don't have a hot summer as it is on the coastal line. We have sometimes rainy periods, so climate is very comfortable in Andorra, and everything is close. Andorra, as it is a small country located by 100%. Actually, we have only borders with the European Union member countries. We have a separate agreement on the border cooperation with France and Spain, because postal services, army services are provided by these two countries. Very understandable system of taxation. You can easily get a residence permit, and given the analysis, when I placed the choice what to do, and actually, for example, if your application is not met, then all your investments made in the country against your residence permit will be fully returned to you. Here are the key taxation rates between Andorra and other European states, including Monaco. 10% rate is the maximum rate, and VAT actually is 4.5%. Actually, when you operate in Andorra, actually services and goods are taxable at the rate of 4.5%. Also, it's very comfortable to work on the name of Andorra outside of the country, because you will not meet on different accruals on that. In Europe, it's rather, it's a sort of the issue, because you are supposed to provide your reporting depending on the country where you operate, but normally it's a sort of a complex procedure. If the company, Andorran company, works outside Andorra, operates outside Andorra, everything goes very easy. As of today, Based on the latest reporting on the organization that supervises banking operations in Switzerland and Europe, Andorra is ranking the second according to all the measures related to anti-money laundering. But there is also we have only 5 local banks. 3 of those work with residents and foreigners. And we have a very rigorous control and controls with regards to compliance. For us, it's very important to understand if you want to place residence and you would like to change residency with respect to taxation, you should have they should have a very good understanding how you make your gains. Now let's get to slide 11. What I would like to highlight today and to have more details on the issues is that how you can get your residence permit and how organization and structuring of business can be made using Andorran companies. There are 2 types of residency for physical persons that are available: active residency and passive residency. Next slide, please. Slide 13. So tax residents in Andorra is the resident that states that they are ready to pay taxes in Andorra. As they say, they should confirm that 183 days the person stayed in Andorra, and actually all the proceeds go to this person account and then can be treated as the income. If you sell something, or if you get dividends from offshore company, or you can get some appropriated resources from trust company, and this actually proceeds earlier were not supposed to be taxed. In such case, when it hasn't been taxed, it is treated as the income, and 10% tax to be payable on such a proceeds on the accounts. We have 15 agreements on double tax treatment: Netherlands, Belgium. Actually, now we are planning to renew these agreements, but in case when we don't have agreements, but there are proofs from the country where you pay the tax in the amount more than 10%, then taxation load relief is not applied to such an income. Companies. Let's get to the private persons and then we'll go to the corporates. When the private person actually calculates the taxation base, if it is the person, single person, no family, then the first 24,000 are not taxable, and then standard tax rate 10% is applied. If you have family and children, then another tax 16,000 are taxed at the rate of 5%, and then on the number of the sustained persons, also then with this also the taxation base can be reduced. If you have 4 or 5 persons in your family, mama, the father, 3 children, with the annual income of 100,000, 3,000-4,000 will be euros will be paid as the tax. Will be taxed. Will be a tax. Let's change this slide. Two types of residence permits, active and passive. Slide 16. Thank you. Let's get to the residence permits. There are two types, active and passive residence permit. What is the active one? Absence of investments when the local company requests this or that specialist to be employed, and based on this, as the residence permit is issued as the person, as the employee of the company in the territory of Andorra, you can be invited by the existing company, or you can set up your personal company. You can rent the office, have employees. It's recommended, not mandatory, and then you will have an active residence permit. What is important that you should stay in the Andorran territory 183 days. What is important? When you get this active residence permit as a director or a unique specialist that is necessary in the company, you have certain salary, and it is directors and specialists from 2.5 thousand euro, and social taxes are paid from this income, 22%. It's not a corporate profit law, but it is a sort of a social tax. If, for example, if you're the employee, then 22%, this will be appropriated between the employees, so the taxation load will be with you at this 4,084 euros is the amount to be paid as a social tax from the income 2.5 thousand euros. So what is important, 143 days staying in Andorra, and extra minimum wages, salaries should be in the amount of 2,500. No investments are needed in this case, and when you are in Andorra, actually it is very important for such businesses and clients who are ready who are looking for a location, who are ready to restructure their businesses and their business flows and to work from another location. Or, for example, when, for example, the company posts one of the members, relatives who are a part of the family business to Andorra, and this could be the basis, and based on this, the structure of the company will be changed. So we understand here this should be kept in mind. And more popular is the passive investment. So the investment is valued in the range of 400,000 euro. It's the only place in Europe when, for example, actually, when your residence is not confirmed, then this investment will be returned in full. It's the only country in Europe. One day you may say, I'm not happy with Andorra, physically I don't feel comfortable, territorially business does not go perfect, then you will be repaid back 400,000 euros. You should prove it, what sort of investment it was. You should have some papers confirming that if, for example, if you take one person, 50,000 euros is a deposit in the local central bank, and 350,000 is the investment itself. Deposits is a sort of a collateral for the case if, for example, you are not prudent to to pay this or that costs, then everything will be taken from this amount. This deposit actually, in this case, goes from your personal account to the account of the central bank. 350,000 should be invested when you are granted residence permit, and this can be done within 6 months. This could be placed in the account in the Andorran bank. You can buy the portfolio of securities through your personal account in Andorran bank. And what all this means in practice? In practice, all this means when you open the personal account and you take a decision that you would like to get the residence permit, then it's important to bring here the amount in the size of 400,000 euro. And no doubt, bank will be curious to know what is the source of this money. Our country is really small, and for this reason, sometimes in practice, how we do check this means testing, and normally all this done is with the bank. Actually, when bank confirms okay, everything is okay with the amount you are planning to bring in investments, everything is proved with your documents, then the immigration office actually treats duly these documents, and they have no questions. Also, there is an agreement, there is also another arrangement. Actually, you may get some crediting from the banks, and this is crediting agreement. 1.4% is the interest on this crediting. What is necessary to have the passive residency? It's necessary to have the insurance that will cover all necessary issues such like as medical insurance. Actually, you may take in the rent or buy your real estate. And actually, the full list of these documents on your request can be sent for you. The minimum staying when you have passive residency, 90 days per annum. It's 2 times less compared to the active residency, and wages and salaries to be paid. Actually, any residents in Andorra, whether it is active or passive, they enjoy equal rights. Residents actually. Residents cannot take part in the votes in the elections and cannot be elected to the parliament. All other laws, all other rights are the same as with the citizens. Next slide, please.
Here in this table, I will not announce the full of it. Organizers will send it to you later, but you can see all the tax rates existing in Andorra as of today. And specific attention, please pay to the fact that if the dividends are paid from a Andorran company, the tax rate will be 0. If it is paid to a foreign company, the tax will be paid in the residence of the company. And now I will come back to corporate rights in Andorra. So as I do not hear anybody, please write questions to me, and then organizers will send them to me later in a chat, and I will try to answer them. So the next slide. There are three types of companies in Andorra as of today that are the most popular and that we use in our activities. Standard company with a normal corporate tax with 10%. Dividend tax is zero always. Directors can be foreigners and can be residents, but the only thing when we approve a company and the shareholder and the director are not Andorran citizens, they will have to get a permit for foreign investment. Then it will require an apostilled reference, a business plan, and everything should be explained in a Catalan language why it is necessary. So we prepare all this, and it takes us about half a month, and then you will be getting your permit. Then the director can be a resident or a foreigner, and this company can work inside or outside Andorra, and the income will be taxed with 10%. Then there is another type of taxation, so-called 2% mode, but in fact it is a mode in which you have a special permit from the tax authority, which says that if Andorran company has an income coming from abroad and support and development of the product is done from Andorra, so 80% of the income from abroad will be taxed at 0 rate, and the 20 will be paid with 10. So the efficient rate will be 2%. So when a company has a software and an application and a trademark and gets for this an income and sells it to abroad, and this income type is classified is as intangible income and taxed at 0 rate. In practice, we have several cases as of now. The law started in 2018. It was defined what will be considered as an income and how it will be taxed. And in our practice, we had several cases when a company had a patent for software, for engineering design, or just an application, a software application, and the company sells this product outside of Andorra. The company can have lots of accounts inside Andorra and abroad, and when the annual balance sheet is prepared by auditors in a consolidated statement, it is important to show the costs and expenses outside Andorra, but what they were paid for, because under this 0.5% law and tax, you will have to support the company from inside. So you can come from abroad, you will get the services, or you can sign a contract with a local company which has not such a 10% mode of taxation, can form promotion outside of Andorra, and or you will make a contract with a local individual who will be acting as a small businessman, and he will provide your services to you what are required, but all the payments and all the costs should be inside, And when you fulfill this requirement that you have as an asset a product which is confirmed with the contracts, and you have no costs with your clients. So this is a report which is provided to the tax authority, and we created several companies in this way already, and we provided several reports to the tax authority, and everything works. Here I presented some comparison how the taxation works in Cyprus, in Latvia, and maybe this information is obsolete a bit because these figures changed during this year several times. So the popular jurisdictions where everyone was thinking that it is very profitable to buy companies, buy properties, because everyone does it, and it is very convenient to buy passports and residence permits. They are under very big risks now because the system of issue changes. The passports are being controlled. What was issued already previously, and Andorra is a small country, and quota per year is 500 only, and for 76,000 of national residents, only 500 can be accepted every year. And on the second place of anti-money laundering position, when Andorra supervises very strictly that nothing happens in the money laundering way, and this place becomes very quiet and very comfortable for living, to be in a middle of Europe with a high level of medical care, school education. Today in Andorra there are 3 types of education: Spanish, French, and Andorran, and 2 private schools. The first 2 they are supported by the state, and the classic British college, and also a grid of schools which is in several countries, and the payment in such schools is payable. It's about 10-12,000 euros per child, which is at times less than in England and in France, and for me it was astonishing that children were willing to go to school, and they were not willing to leave the school. Maybe, Ivan, we have some more questions. If I have any time left for me. Yes, but I don't hear anything at all. Dear colleagues, if you have questions, please write to him to the mail. It will be shown, and also in the... But if you have no more questions, what can I tell you? What else can I tell you? Also, please write if you want to have a lists for tax residents to Andorra. I think he will be happy to reply to you. Now we will have a 15 minutes coffee break, and after this coffee break I will invite you back, and we will have an online discussion with our presenters, but not through online, but we will speaking here in this hall on United Arab Emirates, on legal forms and other interesting legal issues. Thank you.
Закройте, пожалуйста, а то у меня, наверное, голос громкий. Ребята закрыли нашу дверь, а то у меня все равно голос громкий. Я уже стараюсь тихо говорить. Microphone, please. Please have your microphone for the simultaneous translation. With the first presentation, we will have Kateryna Bezsonova, MC Advisory, United Emirates. Please, in course of my presentation, if you have any question, please stop me. MCAD Advisories is based in the Dubai Emirate. We work with the 7 Emirates. We open companies, corporate banking accounts, as well as we give support for the business promotion in the territory of the United Arab Emirates. Here we have the list of key services we do provide, as well as we provide accounting, management investment service, organization restructuring of credit lines, as well as any other administrative services that you can encounter when you open your business in the United Emirates. Our company has 25 years experience in the banking sector as well as in the free economic zones, all in all 25 years. Our employees are based both in Ukraine and in Dubai. We have our office as well. For those who do not know where this country is based, so this is the geographical location of the country, and this is the state with a well-developed economy, one of the richest countries, well-off countries in the Asian area. They have a very high income per capita. Actually, the standing of the Emirates is getting to be stronger and stronger with every passing year. We are based on the coastal line. We work with the 7 Emirates. Although we have Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and Oman borders. Actual Persian Gulf is our coastal line as well. Then I would like to have details on the type of countries. It is mainland companies, free zone companies, as well as offshore companies. Details to be given further. Registration in the mainland company. These companies are mainly registered at with 51% of the shareholding of the company that will belong to the citizens of the Arab Emirates, that will be with the locals, and they will perform as the sponsors of the company to protect investments of foreign investments between investors and sponsors. They enter a separate agreement. The sponsor has no right to the assets and the income of the company. As these companies have the right for commercial activities on the territory of the United Emirates. They also participate in state tendering. They can cooperate as well. They can open restaurants of any kind, hotels, beauty parlors, so on and so forth, so they can act and operate in the territory of the company. The owner is supposed to open the offices, and they will have the quota for opening the working permits, visas. The working visas. Such commercial companies actually could have different legal status, that is establishment, limited liability company, and foreign branch company. For the free economic zones, actually they have the same legal status are available. Let's get to the free economic zones. It's a widely popular type of company. So with the Ukrainians, because this company actually give 100% right for ownership for foreign investor, and at the same time they were not they have to have the sponsor from the locals. They have the right to have their operations both in the territory of Emirates and outside, as well as they're supposed to pay the tax fee 5% on the goods imported to the country. In case you engaged in consulting, this fee is not paid. This custom tax is not paid. Actually, we have been discussing this issue. If, for example, if you do sales outside Arabian Emirates, then this duty is not payable. The main benefits of this company is at this stage, so they cannot participate in this national tendering. This is not a benefit, but another type of companies is the offshore companies. Offshore companies registered have the right for economic operations only outside Emirates. They can open banking accounts, but they have no rights to have resident visas, neither for employees nor founders. A physical office of the company, it's not mandatory to open it at the offshore. You can have the virtual office, and a statutory contribution is not required to the banking account. I would like to have to highlight some benefits. What are the main benefits? That is simplified procedure for the residency, a very prompt procedure, zero profit tax rate, very good geographical location if you plan to operate in this region, then developed banking sector, very cheap rates, security, confidentiality. Dubai is a world international center for businesses and tourism. It's very easy to promote services and goods, and repatriation of resources for the international companies. As to the procedure, how these companies are opened, opening the company is a sort of a very easy step that you can imagine. You should prepare a business plan in order all the staff could advise, our staff could advise what to do, whether it's better to have a mainland company or offshore company, or if, for example, if it's not the branch office, then all the list of the key documents also is given. For some companies, it's necessary to have the certificate on education. For some companies, then we confirm and approve the name of the newly companies. In some free zones, you may do it offline. In some free zones, it's necessary to have the individual presence of the individual who has these plans. Then they have the full package of documents, and then they grant a residency visa. Normally it takes about 1 week. Afterwards, our company could provide a spectrum of services on your business development in Emirates. It depends on what sphere you operate. The package of services definitely we may advise you if you are traders or your services relate to marketing, or actually all these issues are to be discussed. Also, we do financial reporting, auditing, also registration with federal taxation services with regards to that, financial management and cash flows. Actually, we can also issue certificates for tax domicile certificate to avoid double taxation. Actually, restructuring of the banking debts that were issued in the territory of the United Emirates, and opening of all types of business, also all other legal services that you will need when you are in the Emirates, and also other services are available for our clients. A few words to be said on accounting, because it is a new terms and condition when you open the company in the United Emirates. We work with the company according to the federal law. Any resident company is supposed to support accounting with a specific application, iCloud, and actually you will have an access to these accounting papers from any point globally. Opening the bank account in the Emirates is the most complex procedure in all the process, all in all. Zero tax rate on profits, corporate. Actually, you know, banks don't, sometimes it's difficult to open the account. If you need a support, we are ready to give you this support and assist you, because we work with the key banks in the Emirates. Actual compliance also you should go through. Step by step, actually profile of the founders, actually, and compliance with the requirements of the banks, identification and definition of risks, preparation of all the documents and business area. Also, we assist our clients how to work with the bank staff in this or that discussions, how to perform. Also, we open bank accounts in any currency needed. Also, actually, we give support as to the money flows, and actually we could assist in transfer of statutory funds from one point to another. If you have any question, please get to me right now. Here are the contacts. Actually, it's very easy to get to us. Maybe having a chance to ask the question, I will ask you a question. As far as I do know, for Ukrainian companies, for Ukrainian businesses, is trading company set up? From your experience, as to your recommendations, what is the most popular free zone in order to set up such category of? Everything depends on the client's profile. We have been working actually with my friend. I opened more than 200 companies. 70% of them were from CIS company. Actually, all the clients from CIS worked with me, from Kazakhstan, from Russia. From Ukraine, normally we import fruit, vegetables, foodstuffs, berries, potatoes, sometimes household chemical products, and individually, actually, I'm ready to assist you to young traders how to actually, for us, it's important to understand. Now we work with one of the startup, and we actually facilitate entry to the market. Actually, this is a very realistic market. Ukrainian tradition company imports, exports its products to this country. They have more than 40 free economic zones in this country. We can give the advice in what free economic zone, but there is another issue, opening bank accounts, because not with all free zones banks do work. And actually sometimes it's costly. That's why you see it's advisable to get the better license. If, for example, if you apply to us, we can guarantee opening the account for a particular free trade zone, a free economic zone. Everything will depend on this attitude, because there are lots of banks in the United Emirates. We work only with the key banks, with the small banks, Indian banks, but they do also open bank accounts for traders. With regards to all the documents needed for the customs office, sometimes we could assist this process as well. If the client wants to go through this process on one's own, it's okay, because actually we don't want to have a sort of 100% prepayment for the services. Sometimes clients believe that they can do this or that operation on their own and can get through this or that procedure on one's own. But when they have difficulty, then they can easily get to us and return to us, and we will be ready to make this client comfortable upon the request of the client. So it's very easy. It's up to the discretion of the person, of the client. There are lots of our countrymen in the Emirates market, it's true. Thank you very much for such a detailed answer, colleagues. And a question to our presenter on the Emirates. Actually, you may get to Kateryna during coffee break, or personally based on the details given in the last slide. Thank you very much for your presentation. The next speaker will be Sergey Moliboh, Angels NG company. This is sort of a hot topic with regards to taxation reform. Sergey, the floor is open for you. Good afternoon. Actually, Zingaus is the name of the company. Old people pronounce it Angels. We have been looking for a sort of a name. Some people, Ankles, Angels, is very confusing. It's a sort of a good topic to be discussed because more difficult are rules, more cumbersome language should be used. When we go deeper and deeper, because actually now in our definitions we operate with some definitions that can be adopted only last year, so we should keep it in mind. In my presentation today, I will use very simple human language, give you some good cases and examples, what are in principle are new rules. Actually, some of them are already in force, some of those will come into effect next year. Actually, comments will be what is good, what is bad with them, but the essence of each rule will be the same. For us, it's very important to understand the theory is well known for us, but I will designate 10 life situations. What can be done in our new realities? For example, the person is supposed to make transactions across the border. So, actually, more slides, please. Can I use the slide mover? Then I will move my slides on my own because I know what I'll be talking about. Does not over. It works. no animation, but okay. Let's start with the principal issues. Here actually we show some principal issues that actually could be used in Ukraine for the taxpayers. In the very center is not something that is very pleasant for the taxpayers. Actually, the rule can be formulated as follows. Companies should pay taxables where the work exactly is done, because people actually now, very realistically, people live where they people do function, where they communicate with their children, with their family, where they take their decision. Just in this country, companies should pay taxes. That is why you see it's I know that some colleagues could suffer from this. Any company that is located, we speak about legal entities that are outside from the center of decision making, automatically, actually, they should in future comply to this norm. In order to make this story shorter, I should say that this year I had 2 clients because their accounts were blocked from Switzerland banks, because these companies they don't pay taxes in Ukraine. But this is a sort of a rule, you know. Taxation never punished people for the violation of this rule before, but compliance get to the bank. You have Panama company, you are trading, do they pay taxes in Ukraine? But you have these rules, so then they block the account, and clients actually should have this go through this procedure. This is the beginning, but next year we understand very many people will encounter this, and this will be the same as in Russia 4 years ago, in Kazakhstan. This as in business purpose. Actually, this is anti-abuse rules, you know. Actually, for us, because sometimes we have some legal gaps, and for example, and if people think that you know, normally they are killed with this norm. If, for example, if you have a transaction or a set of transactions without economically realistic purpose, then this if, for example, if you reduce profit tax, change the base allocation, then this should not affect your taxation amount. We don't know how soon taxation authorities will apply this, but my understanding that this norm very soon will be in place in Ukraine. This method in some countries in the West used very successfully. This is operations with, you know, any real estate that is logistics. If, for example, you own this real estate, you cannot sell it practically under any structure, but you were supposed to pay the tax in Ukraine if you have this category of transaction. Actually, this is a sort of indirect real estate sales. For us, it's important to keep it in mind how critical it will be for some clients. It is a separate story. We understand that any business, if they have this or that real estate property that is in the amount in the balance sheets more than 50%, and this norm will come in force, and we should comply to this norm. Constructive dividends, it's a sort of an issue. It exists in Switzerland, in many other Netherlands, and other developed countries. The norm says as soon as in jurisdiction you have some values, Ukrainian company with certain assets in any form, if you withdraw this value from the country, for example, you bought too expensive property, or for example, you sold something very cheaply, and then you are supposed this actually reduction of value, artificial reduction of value, then it is turned into dividends, and they to be taxable as a dividends at the minimum rate of 15%. Also here, they impose taxes. This norm is not synchronized with some other norms, but kicks.
You should pay the dividends not when you divide them in 15 years, but immediately. So please pay your taxes when they before you put money abroad, and offshores. In short, direct deals with black jurisdictions. They should be taxed by 17%, starting from 30%. It's very easy to cover, but and very fast. The most important such presence with corporate investment companies, they can work for benefit of taxation. The advantages. Tax liquidation. Any company or not a company can be liquidated, withdrawn without payment of a single copy of a taxation. The main price for this gift is opening the information. Any beneficiary with shareholder and with all branches. And this should be shown. The person should come to the tax authority and say, "I had this company last year. I liquidated it." So this program was existing in the Russian Federation 2 times. It was renewed for Ukraine. It is a master system for people who have companies, but that are not working. Also, the structure of capital. If an individual takes some assets and introduces into the capital of any foreign company, and all this asset is accounted as capital, it can be taken for free. So of course, considering the currency rate, not only the person who invested or contributed, but the inheritance can take it. So the very funny thing is that the capital is not lost. Next thing is that allows to function Ukrainian holdings or Ukrainized holdings. When the Ukrainian company gets from Ukrainian company dividends for free, but from foreign companies dividends can be received for free if the tax does not exceed 10%. Also, distribution of profits. That notwithstanding what is the structure is a sausage of 15 bulbs. But if Ukrainian company pays to a foreign company, but on the top of this is a Ukrainian resident, you pay the tax only once. You don't pay any more taxes when the money goes through the whole this chain, and the norm says it is not a CIC income. Because there is a norm that says 6.5% was paid at the source, so we kill in this way 2-3 time taxation. Also, very interesting is that the Ukrainized companies, for example, the foreign company, a foreign company can be transferred into Ukrainian tax residency, because we don't want to they will not pay the Ukrainian taxes on the income coming from abroad. If there is a company with an account in Switzerland and there is a director and you don't pay any taxes, full offshore. So you pay only Ukrainian minimum tax rate. Also, there is a throughput convention norm implementation. Maybe it is useless. Maybe it is relevant only when you have only one company with a real substance. With a developed jurisdiction, so you will apply jurisdiction not between Ukraine and the company that gets a royalty, but with the company who has a substance. So you ignore all the companies which are empty, and you pay directly. And the last about declaration, the law is not adopted, but it can be real that you will be capable to use this law. On one hand, it will legalize on only non-declared personal income until 2015. Such declared income they exist only in offshores, but there will be a possibility to declare also the property, not only income, but so for example, you take the foreign company, you liquidate it, and you will show the property rights, and you will not pay any taxes. So we wait for this law, but for now, for precise situations, specific situations, the most important message about use of foreign companies with no substance. The substance, once again, a very interesting topic, but 99.99% of the substance does not exist abroad. To make it, you should take your luggage and your family and your children and go and buy it abroad. Not places, no office, no any outsources, or maybe any people who function but they don't take decisions. It is not a substance. There is lots of practice in with million judicial cases. So the most dangerous for this will be a blocking of your foreign accounts. Ukrainian tax authorities will not learn to do it fast, but the anti-offshore reform, which will be in mass implementation, will be functioning next year. There will be fines and additional taxes. I will not stop at that. The Ukrainian corporate tax through considering foreign companies, Ukrainian residents. So there is a huge list of all these, and fines and fees will be the huge. So there's a huge Mickey Mouse, as we see on this website, on the slide. But the recommendation is tax-less liquidation, because we are capable to liquidate companies from nominees, and the second, if the money are not limited to monies like debts, corporate rights, and all these assets which will take out with taxless liquidation, we will put in another company. For example, the company has in BVI has shares. We liquidate. We take the shares. Next time we will. Next day we wanted to sell them, and we sell for $100. What we can count the $100 for the purchase and the income from the sales. So if he liquidates and then sell it, he will pay. But if you return the capital, and you can use other norms. You can reduce this norm up to the 0. So these new changes and novelties they can be very relevant. If I take out the income through dividends and royalty, maybe they are fading, but there are lots of loans given to Ukrainian companies, and my recommendation is capitalize them everywhere when you can make and forget about taking money outside. So you can use the reduced rate on taking money out of Ukraine. It's almost impossible because Ukrainian tax authorities they found the way how to identify the beneficiaries. So because if you if you calculate all the taxes and if in Ukraine you reduce the tax income tax, but you will add 15% plus, so in the best case there will be the 2, 3, 4% in favor of for the benefit of dividends. So here at least there is a deduction of 18%. Maybe you will not be allowed to do it because there are rules on capitalization, but in concept the recommendation is very simple. Just stop taking money out of Ukraine, but convert it into additional capital. Next situation, I wanted to get to take money abroad. A very common situation when you earn money here, but you wanted to put it somewhere abroad where the banks are not going bankrupt. So what to do? If it is an individual within $100,000 per year, you can take it without any limitations. You can play with commercial or non-commercial use regardless of this limitation, because they work only for 4 types of operations, but the red is because the amount is not so big. But if you become a private entrepreneur, you become as a 2 million euro per year physical entity, and quite a big amount for Ukrainian citizens who do not earn 2 million euros per year mostly. And this limit covers all requirements of people who wanted to take this money abroad. But if it is a company, 2 million per year works automatically. But there is one more point. If you work with the banks, there are limits, and the 10th point was added last year. But if Ukrainian company has a branch or representation outside abroad, so you can shift the money from Ukraine to this branch without limits. But if you look a Ukrainian company and you try to organize a foreign company as a branch, it will be a huge problem. But you can change the residency. If you open a company in Cyprus or Switzerland, and you open there a branch in 2 days, so you have a number of accounts, and you get out of currency control in this way. If I want, if I use the money of an entity for my personal use, so it's very common thing, because the persons outside Ukraine using the money that belong to companies as their own, because they belong to them. But normally these are the company money, because it is not a dividend. and very often the companies from out of their corporate accounts, they have expenses for their beneficiaries just as they go for vacations, they buy cars, they buy bags for wives. So these norms they existed, and the people were always obliged to put these amounts as taxable amounts. They are under 18 plus 1.5%. So this is risky, and the only way to take out of this situation just to return this debt. So to create an amount of a physical person and pay back this amount to the company. Also, theoretically, for example, 5 years ago, as a company paid for an individual, you can arrange it as a loan, and you can present it as lending. You cover it with payment back, and so also in Russia it was considered as it was illegal because the tax was not paid 5 years ago, and it was like a issue of dividends. Sale of Ukrainian real estate. So as I said, if you sell and there are efficient rates, 5 or 6 of them, so in the best case it is 10.5% when Ukrainian real estate is sold through a management company, and up to 20 and something. So the thing is 1/4 of the amount of the real estate you will have to pay, and this norm is valid since June. What to do that it doesn't happen? So, as I said before, there are the instruments of listed shares selling. So that means that it is not a fake listing, but so you attract money, and so you were lucky to have listing, and you will pay 10.5% because you as if you paid all the dividends, but all kinds of sales without taxes, they are very dangerous. Even you use this discount for the foreigner, and any foreigner who buys your property and knows about risk, he will say, I'm not stupid because I will have to pay this debt. Or just you will pay this money to the budget, or you will sell it with the same tax amount less. So there is a minimum, there is not a mechanism to take it out, and when the convention of or automatic exchange, and in several years Ukrainian tax authorities will learn how to take money from outside, from other jurisdictions, from Ukrainian citizens, it will come and it will appear. So if you have a holding, why do you do that? Why do you use it? To sell several businesses from different branches. But if you need a holding, you can create a real foreign holding, or you create a foreign company and migrate it in Ukraine next year to, and we will have a mode of holding companies, but from reputation, from asset protection and protection of dividends in Ukraine and outside, it will be the same. The only thing is the tax on sales.
you have sufficient substance, then sometimes this situation could be simpler compared to other businesses, as well as lower requirements for the efficient substance. But if, for example, we have another situation, so the situation 18% tax to be paid on sales, so we can see here the differences on the taxation rate on this line. For example, over the past years, I did not pay any tax. Actually, I got some income in Ukraine, and the only recommendation here will be participation in zero declaration, depending on what will be the final reporting. Then the tax will be from 5 to 10%, ultimately depending and what is sort of your appetite to the risk. And the point is that here you may pay much lower tax than you were supposed to pay it several years ago. Or as also you can go through the procedure when any case cannot brought against you. So the person is sometimes the period expires from the date when you submit the taxation declaration. The point is that very many clients actually don't submit any taxation declaration. That's why there is the initial date from which you may count this period. So the next situation, if you are in trading relations with non-residents, actually using the non-resident trade company, you are supposed to pay Ukrainian taxes, and here you are supposed to some penalties and dues. And specifically here, this situation sometimes you see could be easily observed by your non-residential company, and for you, really, in future it will be difficult to work. This company, you should move this company to Ukraine. This company will be Ukrainian resident, and they will pay 18% tax. The point is there are no ways how you may set up the substance outside in such a situation. Ukrainization, this is one solution. And then actually you should not have trading relations with offshore zones. If, for example, you have trading relations with the third parties, well, and use of market process, then when you do this, also it is good when you actually assess your dividends. Actually, I would like to have some savings outside Ukraine. Actually, the point is when people have some savings, normally they would like to place these savings outside the Ukraine. Sometimes people are ready to have their personal account, about $3 million or euros. Normally, for this purpose, you should not go further and set up any structure for these purposes because it will be very costly for you. Actually, much higher tax will be, and normally it's 19.5% when you sell and buy. Only costs of when you acquire securities can be deducted. Nothing else can be deducted. Consultancy costs. If, for example, no difference in prices when you sell and buy can be deducted. So you see, so forex also. This is the rates actually vary, and here cannot be deducted. What are the benefits when we have the amount 3 millions actually? Then actually all these benefits will be with you. And if you have 3 million, for example, and you don't know what to do, you have a sort of a very good turnover. In this situation, no, but no problem for you will be to have a company, and this will be much beneficiary for you. Taxes here only you, based on the kick rules, actually this is tax rate is 10.5%, almost 2 times lower, because kicks that got incomes and taxation of such resources will be only at the rate of 10.5%. So artificially you can replace your personal account on the Kicks account, and it paradoxically, but it works. So if you have a very big amount, then the services costs, consultancy costs, actually benefits costs will be much lower. So it means that all these arrangements and schemes are workable, and actually what is a more complex issue, you can get a non-resident company, not legal entity, because not legal entities are not covered with a rule on the location of effective management. Because you see, if it is the case, then additionally you will have to pay 18% more. But here you may migrate it to Ukraine, and then this Ukraine company will have only bank account, and this bank account is managed by asset manager in Switzerland. And this exclusion is workable with respect to proceeds from the non-residential sources, and normally these are proceeds from the activities and operations outside Ukraine. So you understand, if your banker manages these assets, it's okay. So you have very good chances to be granted the tax rate 6.5%, and this arrangement is workable. Ukrainian tax code says that in this situation taxation is not applied. So when dividends are paid, physical persons will pay a tax at the rate of 6.5%. And this is a sort of a very interesting life situation. No doubt we understand this will be tested and fused. And last slide, actually more comments to be given on kicks, because I told lots of story. Kicks should not be scary. The point is that sometimes you see kicks sometimes are opened or are not opened. There are very many people who say you can find this or that gaps in order not to open these kicks, but we say that kicks should be very opened according to compliance. But because according to anti-money laundering laws and legislation, all this to be open. The point is that if they could be opened with some other interests, you should not fight the status of kicks, because with the taxation situation is 2 million euro limit is very simple. You know, the KICS legislation is disclosure information and immediate tax payments. We understand sometimes it could be very beneficial according to the scheme that I described and according to the arrangements I described earlier. No doubt you probably you will be forced to pay these taxes, but now we have the paradigm according to which we can prove it. So we should get ready for this situation and then have a good choice in order to optimize your operations. Actually, if you are interested on that or this issue, please get to us. This is our Telegram channel. Please get to us. We are available for you. Also, probably we are ready to provide the updated latest information that will be in service for you. Colleagues, if any question to Sergey? Is there any question to Sergey? Everything is clear.
Ma'am Moderator, I would like to ask you some technical issue. You said that you have been discussing this issue with Getmantsev, recognition of non-resident company. You know, there are some dual reading and interpretation of the law because non-resident companies should be should be recognized by the taxation service. Actually, what really do you see? There are lots of discussions going around this topic, but I wrote some articles, and you know, some of the amendments were provided by me. For us, you know, important actually to take into account this wording because, you know, we have a general norm, there are some criteria, and according to this criteria, the company is to be the Ukrainian taxpayer. We understand that this is the instrument that was sought initially in order to give the chance for the taxation authority to track down the non-resident companies which have no substance. And according to my initiative, actually taxpayers in their interest should do this. In startuppers, with startuppers, they say BRD provides funds for us. We have all our clients they don't work with Ukrainian companies. We are in Ukraine. But please have your company registered, move it to Ukraine, and then you know you are not supposed to have the substance costs, and you know with this, you know, everything will go much smoother. They pay 18% profit tax, and they resolve all other issues: asset protection, reputation. Exemption from currency controls. Actually, in Russia, these procedures goes very smoothly and efficiently, and actually they have very many cases that can be used as a good example. In Kazakhstan also we did this, and it's a very interesting thing. Thank you very much for your detailed answer. In case if we have such, the point is that your comments are so good, you know, in order people will have a good understanding about these norms. Unfortunately, maybe some people could be angry with me that I have covered very many topics and cases, but the point is that now we have extended the range of our activities because we have different taxpayers profiles, and for us it's very important to have such an extensive coverage of the situations. The next speaker will detail us on the top management responsibilities changes in legislation, Ctrl.law. Good afternoon to all of you. Our legal association is named. Normally we go through the legislation, but my presentation actually will be the last in this session. I understand that we have some time limit because for us it's important to have a good understanding of what is the top management responsibilities and owners of the business when the company has DAX, in what situations they are liable. Business realities from the first glance, they look like jungles, you know. The strongest persons survive, and some people can adapt to this or that situation, those survive, but this is only from the first glance. If any of you believed and thought Yuval Noah Harari book Sapiens, Brief Story of Human Beings, actually they give a brief explanation of how companies are set up. The point is companies were raised at the time of Industrial Revolution, and the new technologies, the new territories at that time. They were capital intensive, and they should pull together all the efforts at that time. The mankind really, actually, sometimes efforts are pulled together in order to have some ultimate product, and this actually will give us a chance to see what people can do. And at that time, responsibilities of owners of the business, entrepreneur, on the private liabilities and responsibilities of the companies in relation to business. And this was actually the moving vehicle towards the Industrial Revolution. When we speak about the corporate structure, it is one of the advances. Actually, it was at that time also one of the weak loops in chain. Companies separation entities, because very often companies are set up not to be engaged in fraud, but sometimes companies cannot be liable on the debts, and criminal police normally deals with this. And what happens in this situation when the company actually represented a real business company, but for some circumstances the company lost financial stable financial standing, it's lost its prudency, and there are problems in serving debts. Globally, in many countries, the answer on this situation will be procedure on bankruptcy. And in this, those who are not prudent in the bankruptcy procedure, there is a chance and option. It exists for many years in Ukrainian company, but its enforcement was started quite recently in litigation. Beginning from 2018, actually there were some precedents, and it appeared that that ideology and paradigm in decision making in the companies changed. And actually they switched from the principles from the reinforced assets, and for example they are liable exclusively by assets, but shareholders actually are not liable above the limit of their personal shareholding. Then actually, also this situation has changed dramatically, and actually it has the impact on the quality of decision making in the company. My presentation is devoted to such instruments that will be actively in place in litigation. And from one side, owners and directors for this or that, in this or that way, could adjust their strategies when we speak about company management, and the creditors will have a good chance to protect their rights and interests in case when there are embezzlements around this topic. Well, we know that from viewpoint of the Ukrainian legislation, company is a legal fiction. It's a subject of law that exists on the paper. Implementation of rights, acquiring of property and assets, entering into agreements, all these are elements that are implemented thanks to the management bodies that are given certain powers. These management bodies are normally physical entities, physical persons with their assets, apartments, automobiles. These are people who have spouses, who also have apartments, vehicles, and so on and so forth. And the principle of liability, and liability with the owners of business or management of the business, it envisages all the responsibilities to be with them, with all their assets, with all their properties. no exclusion to be in place when, for example, there are grounds for such a liability. The owner of the company and directors of the company should be liable on the company debts with all their assets.
In which case we have the reasons for such a responsibility? The fact is the company as of today, the situation can be the company cannot serve its debts. What does it mean? It means it is insolvable. So it means the assets and the money on in the accounts is not enough to pay all creditors of the company where they require the payment of their right debts. And if the company has no money to pay all its debts, the company is considered as insolvent. And we know that very often in such situations the owners try to save the assets of the company. They try to transfer the assets outside of the company. They try to create the debts. They take some loans, some circulating assets, and so on. But in this way, they violate the interests of the creditors which existed. And those who could be paid, their rights are dissolved in the whole mess of debts. What the legislator invented, and it exists in many countries of the world. So he proposed this responsibility to be placed on the head of the company. So if the company is not capable to pay at least one debt, maybe several kopecks of the debt, so the company within 30 days should gather the shareholders and announce that the company has difficulties, financial ones, and the shareholders have the 2 points to do. To invest the capital and to try to settle the creditors, or the second, or allow the director to go to the court and start the bankruptcy procedure. The bankruptcy procedure is not the funeral always, and the bankruptcy procedure can have several scenarios, so it is not needed to be afraid of. But it means that within such a procedure, all interests of all creditors will be taken into account. So, at least in Ukraine, this is the procedure that is capable to do that. So there will be for outside management, all the functioning will be stopped, and information about all lenders will be collected, and they will be paid. Also, some peaceful agreements can be possible. Some sanation or some delayed debt can be envisaged. So it is not a funeral, but it is a delayed procedure. And the director who went to the court and or just asked the shareholders for such opportunity, all the shareholders allowed him to go to the court within 30 days after the insolvency. And if the director broke this time limit and didn't go to the court for bankruptcy procedure, he will be responsible as a solidary debtor. What is solidary debtor? Is as almost the debtor. 80% of debts to the creditor can be placed on the director. So the situation, if the director breached within 30 days, they need to go to the court with a request to launch bankruptcy procedure. It can allow to bring him to court as a solitary debtor on the debts of the company. How does it take place? Within the bankruptcy procedure, if the director did not go to the court, the creditors can do that themselves. And as of today, such technical barriers for creditors, they are eliminated. So you should not go to court for 3 months and to ask the hearing of the court to satisfy your rights. Just you need to go to the court and require opening of the bankruptcy procedure. Just a simple letter from the debtor is enough, where the debtor says that he is incapable to pay, and it is obligatory procedure, and it is envisaged by the law, and there is a judicial practice saying that the court will be studying if the procedure was launched by the creditor, if the director breached 30 days of deadline for opening a bankruptcy procedure. The court will be studying if there was a default, and the accounting data will be studied. Cash flow statements will be examined, and the court, having studied all these issues, will have to define whether the director and the company breached the requirement for bankruptcy procedure. If it was breached, it allows the creditors to announce their wish to require the debts from the company, but not only from the company, but the director as well. Of course, within the proceedings of the bankruptcy, the disputes will be considered. There will be claims for arrests. There will be claims for prohibitions to leave the country. All these things which we know and that are possible, and they can work for the director, and very probably they will do it. Some points in such situation will several points we should pay attention to. Several elements show us from the judicial practice now how this 30-day deadline is calculated, where the director has this request to start. Previously, to define whether the company is solvent or insolvent was based on accounting documents, but the practice rejects this position. Today, the courts recommend that management accounting in the company should be established in the way that the director every day could see what is the state of the balance and compatibility between requirements of the creditors and possibilities of the company, functioning of the branches, and the possibility of the director to get data on balance and such possibilities they differ different for different directors, but the criteria is this that management account in every company should allow the director to establish the situation and to see whether the company is solvent every day, and this puts a lot of responsibility to prepare such a format or develop such a format of management accounting to be so informative for the director to make him capable to react in this way. So once again, so we should establish always the balance between requests of the creditors and the all assets available. So we speak about the money in the accounts and real assets with market value. So the company, if it is with two chairs and one table, and we understand that the company is insolvent for 100% of the time, and any director of the company which has no assets, he will exist in the risk situation 100% of his time. The other type of responsibility which can be applied to a broader number of people, and also requiring payment to the creditors is a subsidiary responsibility. When the property of the company, which is sold after the bankruptcy, is not enough to pay everyone who have rights to debts after the bankruptcy. What can we do when we calculate the amounts? We take what was left after this sale of the company assets, and we see the debts of outstanding to the creditors, and we see the difference. This is the amount which can be placed on those who can be taken for subsidiary responsible. Who are these people or these persons? This number of people is big, but I would characterize them as people who control the company. They include the director, the founder, the shareholder. It can include the previous director, the previous founder, and the actual beneficiaries of the company, the people whose directions they influence the company at a certain amount of point of time. Why should we understand that? Because we know that in Ukraine there is a situation with Mr. Fuchs's the people who are signing papers, in fact, but they are acting with the instructions from people who formally are not related to such company. But if it will be established that the director of the company has actually control a person who is the third person not put into the register, this third person can be brought to subsidiary responsibility. Also, the subsidiary responsibility can include not only existing founders and directors, because when we understand that the company is sinking, the directors change, the founders can change, some unknown people, unsocial even people can appear in such companies who allowed to use their passports for several hundreds of hryvnias. So if such a situation can take place, So the responsibility will be placed on those people who were actually in charge of the company when such debts were growing. And one more point should be kept in mind. The subsidiary responsibility takes place after all such actions of controlling persons where the legal entity is brought to insolvency. It's a very delicate point and for proving, and very little examples were present in judicial practice until 2018. But in 2018, the Supreme Court launched a huge mass of proofs that shows that certain actions brought the company to bankruptcy. And you will hear a very well-known list of actions which we face very often when the company is thinking really. For example, the company will be brought liable if during the liquidation in the bankruptcy procedure it will be established that the company was not keeping accounting, or accounting records were lost. If the court says that we cannot establish that the money from the company were paid or spent on aims that do not contradict the creditors, the interest of the company, we can presume that the directors and the owners they were acting in the way that they were acting against the interests of creditors and the company. So absence of documents, absence of accounting records or incorrect accounting records, these are the direct ways to brought the founders and the director to subsidiary responsibility. So this is the first element which we know very well. The second situation is when the company, and it will be established by the court, makes some deals before such bankruptcy procedure which are no relevant commercially or economically. For example, the company is a production facility, and with having credited debts, the company alienates its production facilities without market value, or does it within the market value, but in principle the company has no economic reasons and calculations why the company why it alienates its own assets without any possibility to produce, to sell the products, will be capable to pay the creditors. So these are the actions which will be against the interests of creditors and interests of the company. So the court will say that if we find such deals in the history of the company, we will consider that these deals were against company, against the creditors, and the company was brought bankrupt, and the directors and the owners will be liable. The third quite widespread reason to bring the company or company directors or other persons responsible for the company to the subsidiary responsibility will be the following situation: when the business processes in the company or the scheme of the company activity was built in the way that all the debts they are placed on one company of the debtor, and only on positive and profitable results, they go to another company. So we know that sometimes it's very often that the business is structured in the following way: when the production assets belong to one person, the actual activity is performed by another entity.
Or with another person who took on a lease these assets. And also there is a third player here. It's a sort of widely spread situation when actually that's amount when you have communal payments, utility payments, debts, when you have taxation debts, and you do have no assets. You know, this was the way that initially business was structured. And normally the court says that such structuring of business initially is in conflict to the interest of the company, is in conflict to the interest of creditors. And such structure of business in principle should be the ground in order to have a subsidiary liability. And if in the situation when those who control the production company, these persons nominally, actually they managed by the company, but actually another persons, they own the company, they are in the other company, but effectively they manage the company. So these third persons should be brought to the liability. In this situation, we really see what sort of embezzlements could be with a corporate form. When we have these separate assets in the corporate arrangements, and in this situation, this allows the company to take some risks. Sometimes, actually, it's difficult to bring them to the liability, either solidary liability or subsidiary liability by the owners or directors of the business in the situation when they go in embezzlement in their business. Also, there is another situation when they can bring to liability managers, directors, and owners. For example, in case when the company allows embezzlement through the corporate forms, then according to our law, the director and management bodies are supposed to act reasonably in the interest of the company, not to have the conflicts. But in such situation, when liquidator acts in the interest of creditors, and when it is stated that there were some transactions and deals, and when these deals on their essence did not actually raise a subsidiary liability, but are against the actions of the company, in this case, actually the creditors could bring the case against the members of the supervisory bodies who actually agreed on these transactions, and then really they will treat this as the principle of the goodwill, the principle of transparency was violated. I will give you such a case when there was a conflict in the company. It's in our practice. We knew that our client, the stock shareholder of the company, had the audit, and what was stated that the company that has a big recreational center, trade recreational center, also had renovation of this company, and they had some subcontractors. Subcontractors performed all their works and had the Acceptance Act, and then it was seen that with the subcontracting companies, that was 20 million hryvnias. A shareholder actually was surprised because it's a trade and recreational company. They have lots of proceeds, and actually to cover these debts, to recover this debt, it was very easy. But the right for claim on the part of the subcontractor through the factoring company got to the director. Director of the company actually was the creditor of the company on the amount more than 20 million hryvnias. And at the same time, the company had a chance with the creditor, had the chance to pay the creditor. And actually here we have a violation of the principle of the conflict of interest. The director could not accept the right for claim. He was supposed to pay the creditors and to act in the interest of the company. So the deal that was performed in such manner could be recognized by the court as null. And here, and this can be actually here different different decisions can be with the court depending on the situation. We understand, summing up what I have said to you, I'd like to say you that economic relations really, they are sometimes very complex, and sometimes really we see that there is a change in paradigm of business decision making. For us, it's very important really to put a more focus on the risks. Always keep them in mind when you take this or that decision. We have discussed the situation when we have this or that deal, when, for example, in alienation of the assets, when we have the situation when you buy this or that goods, really the court will analyze the situation, to what extent this is feasible for the company and reasonable for the company. What was the reactions of the supervisory or of the board? In this case, really, we could have a case of the subsidiary liability. In this case, we should prove that there is the situation when this or that deal is reasonable. For us, it's important to understand that this proof, really, on this proof, also the court decision will depend. Yeah. According to the general rule, under liability actually will be those people who will prove that they are not liable. The person could prove that I did not vote for this or that transaction, or I voted against this or that action or decision, or I had no the full volume of information allowing me to vote. So this category is sometimes very vague, and we understand this is very difficult to be treated as a decision making. Summing up what I have said, I would like also to speak about the new type of compliance that should be introduced in your day-to-day work. Compliance on the debt burden, debt load, and actually how it goes versus assets. Compliance number 2. Presence of the grounds on the decisions to be taken by the managing bodies with regards how principles of reasonable management is provided. Taking all this together, I wish you bon appetit. If any question, please. During the pause, I will be ready to answer your question. Thank you very much, colleagues. Any question to our presenter? If you have any question, coffee break, pause, lunch pause also will be with you. Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Now we will have lunch time. 1 minute. At 2:30, we'll be meeting here and we will be opening our second session. Colleagues, good afternoon. Let's take the seats. We understand after lunch it's the most difficult time to get together. The point is that we are already on air, and the most ambitious purpose for me, task for me, is not to allow you to fall asleep. Actually, I will try now how my slide mover works. My name is Alena Makarenko. I'm the director in KPMG Ukraine company. I work, provide consulting and forensics and compliance and forensic. Over the past 10 years, I deal with this, and why this topic has been chosen. Okay. Some time ago, I had a discussion with one of the compliance officer, and we discussed the topic of what is a stumbling block, how we should develop compliance in Ukraine. And I don't know how we get to this idea. We understand that there are lots of financing opportunities both in Ukraine and outside, but not all Ukrainian businesses could get this financing. And once I decided that when we have this business forum, I have chosen this topic. I believe this topic will be of interest for the audience and for our colleagues who are online today. I believe it will be of interest. Let's have a dialogue. For the reason that 30 minutes lecturing on compliance, I like compliance topics so much, but I'm not planning to have a lecture. Let's first start from some theoretical principle, because KPMG did a research, what is compliance, how it works in big companies in the CIS area, what actually is of interest, and then I will detail you on what we actually look at when we have due diligence and when we have, for example, acquisition. Or for us, it's very important to understand what compliance issues are of interest for investors. And the last 10 minutes I will devote for questions and answers. So actually I'm looking for the answers and questions session, and let's start with the first block. If no questions now, why I'm here, what for to have this topic, let's move ahead. And I'd like to move to the first slide. It does not move. I'm sorry. Oh, here it is. Priority areas in compliance. KPMG several years ago started research on its initiative because the maturity with regards to compliance, the level of maturity compared to that outside Ukraine was different, and we did this research annually for this last 6 years. The first slide will show you that in compliance there are different areas. Compliance is the actually compliance with the legislative norms and internal company rules. Are you of the same opinion? Maybe you have some other wordings for compliance. Let's discuss it. But as far as I understand, what you see on this slide, in the CIS area, number one for compliance is counteracting corruption. It's clear for us why it's sort of is the area because legislators put a focus on it. Ethic management of business. Everybody deals with this ethics. It's the area when sometimes people ask is that this ethics codes, conflict of interest, it is studies over the counter agents. And number 3 is protection of personal data. As we do understand, this is the area on which legislators put the focus. Provision of confidentiality of information. The first 5 items actually are favored by legislators. It's the reality of life. Normally, we cannot speak about compliance when there are some external impacts that actually affect the compliance. For us, it's important to understand why such a big percentage is anti-corruption compliance. For the reason that there is Ukrainian legislation, and in each of the countries there is national legislation. There is also international legislation. 5 years ago, some companies interacted with the big international companies, and actually they lived in the free area. And actually at that time they were not thinking that this or that norms should be implemented, but now many of big international companies actually have some provisions with regards to anti-corruption compliance. Do we have here wraps of big businesses? Yes, we have. It's true, anti-corruption principle actually was a driving one for the small businesses as well. It's the reason why, for example, we have such a high percentage in the compliance. Then I have also some hints because really I did a plan, but for me it's important to stick to the point and to go along the plan. In your understanding, could I ask you, maybe some of you do know, compliance, so what compliance deals with? Maybe some of your thoughts from the top of your head. Well, говоріть в мікрофон. Use the microphones for translation. Користуйтесь мікрофонами для перекладу. Actually, compliance could show. What else compliance does? Unfortunately, translation is not available because audience does not use the microphone. Participants don't use the microphone. What are the main tasks of the compliance officer? This is a sort of a highly sought position in the company. What normally compliance officers do? What do they do? So that is the master of methodology. It's your opinion. Do you believe that they do investigation? What do they investigate, in your opinion? Investigation of internal corruption-related stories. Do you believe that one person actually could know everything about legislation and provide a good advice? Compliance officers deal with certain areas. Financial investment companies normally work with the monetary assets. Because they are under regulator, and consequently they should meet the requirements of the regulator. That's why actually their main purpose is to see that everything goes along the legislation, in line with the legislation. IML also responsibilities are with the compliance office. Actually, they should monitor who are their clients and actually to monitor what's going on with the clients. IML actually it is more than because the compliance officer in the bank, according to this legislation, you know, our bank started with the fact initially they have financial monitoring and separately the position of the compliance officer. According to item 64, compliance officer powers are extended and it's more clear now what compliance officers should do. Very many functions you mentioned are exactly with the compliance officer, and it's true. Number one is consulting, and not the management, but the employees of the companies. 93% of those who participated in this survey, Ukraine actually was covered in this survey pretty well. So the main role of the compliance officer is counseling. In Ukraine, I encountered the situation with these compliance officers. People, when they get to the office, they believe that when they have a position of a compliance officer, everything is resolved: counseling, management, legislation, details, knowledge, conflict of interest issues, everything. But as you know, probably there is such an approach, 3 lines of defense. When we speak about risk management, it's a big system-based management risk approach. The first line of defense is with employees. Here, each employee that is responsible for this or that activity in any company, the person is responsible for this or that risk management, and compliance officer is on the second line. Counseling, support and assistance in methodology. If you look at this slide, 42% of compliance officers participate in developing new products. It testifies for the fact that 58% of companies separately, when they develop this or that product, they assess the risks. Or maybe they don't do this, but compliance officers are not often engaged in this process. On the other hand, we understand it's not possible for compliance officers to be engaged in everything. They cannot monitor everything. They can know all the details and updates of the legislation. In compliance officers, you know, what we see that it's true conflict of interest management. Mainly this issue is a story that is with the compliance officers. With regard identification of the conflict of interest, really it's the story with the compliance officers. Compliance officers very often engaged when they work with the counter agents and when these significant deals are planned. Actually teaching and training the employees. It's with this, it's more or less they develop this or that presentation, provide training with counseling and consultations. It's you know, another story. In order to have this or that counseling, consultations processes, it's important to have the atmosphere of confidence and credence, and for this it's very important to be provided, and it's a sort of the challenge for very many compliance officers. International investors, when they look at the company, normally For them, it's very important to see how compliance officers do work. And for them, it's very important to understand who really identify the risk, who really manage the risks, and what is the functional responsibilities of the compliance officer. Then, next slide. Does not move. Oh, here it is. Conflict of interests. It is a sort of a very hype topic. What in Ukraine is a regulatory act that identifies the conflict of interest. So what is the regulatory norm? Definition of the conflict of interest is only in one regulatory act, in our law on anti-corruption measurements, counteracting. There are two types of conflict of interest, real and potential conflict of interest. The conflict of interest, as a definition, it's an interesting story because we don't have a sustained definition that is in use globally. Every company in the code of ethics or any other document, they give the definition what is the conflict of interest for their particular company. International practices, there is a conflict of interest that is not perceived, persuaded, or perceived. Persuade for us, for our compliance officers, for them it's very difficult to understand. In Ukrainian companies, they use the standard two definitions, potential and real conflict of interest, that is given a definition given in anti-corruption legislation. What is a presumed conflict of interest in your thinking? What do you think about this? What it could be? Presumed conflict of interest is that the employees of the company or the company can be associated with the event that is not a real one, but it could be given the press coverage, and it could bring a significant effect on the reputational risks. Company, for example, hires that is state-owned company, top management who worked in the market in the big company. The person, for example, now has no business interests with the company where he was early employed. He has no property, in the companies in this market, no assets, but the strong business links are with this person because he was a successful person and worked extensively in this market. And actually, when, for example, we treat the conflict of interest, sometimes in press, this conflict of interest sometimes occurs outside Ukraine. Sometimes people could write that this person lobbies the interest of the company where he previously worked. And actually in Ukraine, such cases are difficult to be identified, but this is the conflict of interest that should be also considered specifically when we speak about state-owned sphere. You don't fall asleep so far, I believe. And on this slide is a story how often periodically declaration of conflict of interest occurs. In each company there is one story. Sometimes there are companies that annually declare that they have conflict of interest. Sometimes interests are declared when people transferred from position to position. In my company where I work, conflict of interests once a quarter, really. I should confirm that there is no conflict of interest because it is a must for the position that I embrace. And because we have new clients, and in my company we understand that according to our auditing norms, we are supposed to provide independent audits, and each company decides on how often conflict of interests to be declared, because sometimes, for example, sometimes declarations on the lack of conflict of interest, sometimes it's very costly, and sometimes we ask them, what do you do with these declarations? They say, we store them. And then, why do you store them? Why do you collect them, these declarations? And the story goes further. And this information, then nobody works with this information. All these declarations are kept in the storage, and the investigations on the conflict of interest sometimes show that people say, okay, I have mentioned everything in my declaration on the conflict of interest. The conflict of interest, and when we speak about the management in this sphere, it's important not only collect what we have, but to have some actions on it. What's your practice with regards to management of the conflict of interests? Maybe you have some cases? No? Okay, let's go ahead. I just want to check that you are with me. You did not fall asleep. Okay, let's go ahead. What do we see here? But very often, normally the story on the decision how to manage conflict of interests is with the management or the employee. Special commissions that are set up in the company. Colleagues, in your opinion, is it interesting for you? I know that time goes fast. I see not too much time left. There are some slides. Those who are interested to have details of all these slides, because we have really lots of figures on this research, but I would like to talk to you on the topic. What for foreigners, why they are interested to have a compliance, and really what they want to see, and really they want to have two things in place. To have transparency and actions according to rules. They would like to have to see causal consecutive relations, to see how it goes, in order to not to lose their investments, because they know that investments sometimes could be lost very easily. That's exactly what is a concern for the investors. What we looked at, first of all, whether there is compliance. If there is no compliance, it's not a problem. Sometimes compliance functions are with different divisions. In many companies, for example, today, as there is a dialogue, actually, what functional should be with the security division, legal division, and other divisions in the company. And very often, legal experts who work in the security division, they have their own instruments, how they can actually work with the management, because they know how, what is their weight. And then we have a compliance officer, because for them it's very difficult also to compete with the security division. But very slow we move ahead. Compliance officers get the weight in the companies, and for us, the persons who actually check and take control over this, for example, for investing in compliance in Ukraine, there are different associations that actually try to promote compliance. One of the keys is the qualification of the compliance officer. Sometimes these are people who came from the legal divisions. It's not bad, but sometimes for them it's important to change the paradigm of the related to their previous activity. They should extend actually some activity areas that were not used for them before. And also compliance officers, also we would like to have the certification procedure in order, but for us it's important to have a good knowledge how to certify it, and then this will be recognized by the international companies. What is the cost of compliance? It's a very, now I will move ahead. What is the cost of compliance? Initially, over the time of our study, actually, almost all the companies engaged in this study gave the response. And here you may see that 54% of the companies, the 50,000 is the budget for compliance. There are some companies, their budget, they have the budget of 500,000. But actually we understand compliance is at the very early stage of development. If we take into account investing in the compliance, then and the value added that could be gained, then probably this will allow the company to interact with international companies, to invite investments, and whether the money is the value for the money for this is a question that the company should ask themselves. And if we speak about international standards, then Ukrainian national legislation drives the Ukrainian legislation, and now we know one day Ukrainian companies will face a situation, then these or that norms for compliance to be enforced, and so we should start the process right now in order you will have a good assessment what is important realistically for your company, what are compliance-related risks, to have a good understanding what will be the cost of implementation of this or that compliance procedures versus real risks value. And then for us it's important to have an understanding that companies actually normally develop their internal compliance service. 35% of the companies have only one compliance officer so far. 43% of companies have in this division 5 persons. So this is a sort of a team that will support this function. Actually, you can invite external counselor, and he will actually give a good advice for the company. But the point is that if, for example, the management of the company doesn't believe in compliance, then when you invite external compliance specialists, you will have nothing. Once you should have an investment, but sometimes if the company internally is not ready for compliance, investment one time, a single investment will not be a helper. Because financial institutions, business partners will see this, but when they consider this situation deeper, they will have their own judgment. I have not seen a single situation when, for example, the deal, acquisition or a sale and purchase deal or did not took a place, because sometimes Ukrainian business sometimes the price is rated, sometimes are very low for the reason that they don't have the compliance in their company. if the company cannot prove some mandatory obligations with regards to compliance, this company will never get funding in future, because there are these norms to be reinforced. For them, it's important to understand that their funding of business should be transparent. When we speak about international structures funding for the Ukrainian company, it's very important to have this compliance in place. Very many financial institutions actually hire external consultants, and they do this their reviews for the company. Our company is also engaged in this. If it, for example, if we cannot provide a good proof, then the foreign companies will never have a credence for this Ukrainian company. Business should decide on when they should start this compliance activities, how it is important. For the banks, we have implemented item 64, and now all the banks really are ready to pay, because in the next year, actually, regulator will take controls and audits according to item 64. And in case of this or that infringement or violation, we realize that banks will be supposed to pay the penalty. For us, it's very important to understand. My question to the audience, is there any question?
Thank you for this topic, very interesting, and I am from just a finance company. I am just interested about financing. So you finished at the point that international finances are closed for business. If there is no correspondence with precise civilized rules, but from your experience, a couple of cases of optimum cooperation between the financial director of the company and the compliance officer, so to say, that Ukrainian business grew from a middle-size business, then he's ready to become capable to have compliance. So I'm a financial, and we can say that 50,000 is not enough. We should understand what the compliance is about, and so the owner says, go and get me many millions, but I cannot spend on compliance. What do you think? How we should convince the owner to invest in compliance more? Thank you very much. I will answer you with not my words, but words from a CEO who came to Ukraine last year, and we were talking, and I was asking, how do you invest? And he says, in compliance, and why do you need that? So he said, when I came here and started to go inside of all the processes, and then I asked my CFO and asked him, do you sleep well, and how do you sleep at night? I sleep very well, but for me, I don't see any transparency. Nothing is transparent. So this company was lucky; they didn't have a financial officer, and this function was real for this CEO. A complete team between compliance officer and CFO, and in general, the companies with very strong compliance officers, they become not only the consultants of the board of directors, but they help to solve lots of issues in the business. So this point helps me to sleep well. If something comes to the company, not only the financial manager will hit on the fingers of the owner, but the compliance officer will help him to be prepared not only with international investors, but even our authorities, so we will be able to close all the issues on transparencies, on internal processes, and this function helps the owner to sleep well. And if we speak about selling, maybe it is not easy to understand why we need the compliance. But when you have this wish to sleep well, and somebody wants to have somebody risk-oriented, because the commerce is always focused on risks. And commerce always drives the CFO to get resources, and always the compliance officer is the handbrake that can stop when it is necessary. Do we have anything from online? So we have very silent online today. Dear colleagues, it was very pleasant to come to offline. Maybe it was one of the first offline events, and it is very agreeable to see your eyes. Thank you very much. And how interesting for you, I don't know it was, but I give my stage the floor to other people, and you can find me because I will be walking around, if anything. Good afternoon, colleagues. So we start this session with private capital management in Ukraine and in the world, legal review, possibilities and opportunities. Within this session we will have 4 presenters, and I would like to invite the first presenter, Sergey Zhuykov, Black Shield Capital, and Sergey will tell us about creation of investment portfolio. Hello, and the practices and features and risks. I give you the mic. Hello and thank you. I was thinking that our conversation will be a discussion, but after the lunch everyone was so relaxed and looking at the big number of participants, we will be capable to talk easily. But I will tell you about what we are doing, what are the specifics, and I will try to bring you to the subject which we can think more even than we imagine, because this year was the starting point to rethink, to understand how to approach the investment portfolio of the beneficiaries, or maybe a set of companies, especially in considering the COVID. I represent a Black Sheep Capital group. We have several we have companies that manage private wealth. The beneficiaries are from Ukraine in general, who are diversifying their capitals, and the capitals work inside Ukraine, and a part of the capitals they look at as investments outside Ukraine. And we as capital managers, we help to create such this financial structure which is optimum for their investment strategy, and then start the process of investments abroad. And in fact it is working on the stock market, investment work, and we will make the difference, if you wish, between the trading and investments, and what is our activity, how to create an investment portfolio. We have 60 customers. We manage about $500 million, and our activity is to use two types of management. First, to manage accounts in banks opened for the clients, or maybe even easier work, which is on the broker accounts in the US or Europe, but the both have several principles, and the key ones, and I will stop on them. Someone is representing financial service of your company. Some of you are auditors, and you would like to pass through this spring, when the stocks fell down, Nasdaq and so on, and we are in a colossal discorrelation between financial economy and world financial system. And I would like to share our experience with you, because working on stock market in fact, this is the advance guard of world financial system, and we get more information for real businesses, especially in Ukraine. It is a bumper, and there is some small delay. And what happened in the advanced financial system in the world have not come to now in Ukraine until now. So I would like to speak about our financial strategies. The first principle is the key one: how to understand the risk profile of the client. What does it mean? Often the businessman, the capital owner, is a person who is in the first generation, the main beneficiary of this capital. There is no history of aristocracy. There is no gathering of capitals through generations. But the majority of our clients, they are active clients, and the client profile is completely different when he sees our portfolio of investments. It's very important to understand his basics of investor. He is very surprised when he fills in our questionnaire, very deep one with 40 points. It's very difficult for him to see what is the horizon of his amounts to invest, or how does he feel the fall of financial markets. And when the client sees that he is very active in operating activities, he is a very risky one, capable of unprecedented decisions, but as investor he is very prudent, he is very careful, and two psychological types are kept in the same person. And the second element, you should pay lots of attention in the investment strategy. What is your horizon of investment? What does it mean? The majority of beneficiaries, just to say so, these are the people who are accustomed to work in Ukraine in a constant risk conditions at the maximum of their efforts, and what is the most important for them to get a financial result right here, right now. And some other people, they are ready to get profits from investments. This is a long-term play, and if the person is not ready to invest on the stock market for 3 years,
Times clients take the investment decisions specifically when they analyze only the market. But normally we do work differently. 3 years, it's a minimum period at which they should get into this market, and fundamental company analysis. Because for us it's no difference whether the beneficiary buys businesses in Ukraine or Czechia or Poland, or the businessman gets with a big company. For us, analysis of the company is the same. When the company is public, it allows us to have a deep analysis of the company. You should never get into the market with the capital that is within all the entire capital. Maximum percentage of the capital to be devoted for these purposes. Opportunities and risk balance is very important. When you enter this market, 30% of the free capital could be placed, and based on this, investment strategy could be built for 5-10 years period. Actually, if you have $5 million on your account in the bank, then $1.5 million maximum, $2 million in different situations could be taken as the basis for structuring your investment strategy to invest in the public companies. The next issue is that if somebody says you proposes black boxes, then you should be stopped. You should say stop, because all the clients should have a good understanding in what companies they invest. There are closed funds, they get capital, and the client has no idea what instruments, in what companies the capital will go further. You, as a client, should have a sort of a direct access to your account or to your portfolio. You should know what companies are included and why they're there. It's a key issue, because it's not good when the market goes high. Sometimes the level of stress and panic, it could collapse, and then, actually this actually kicked out some actors of this market who worked with the boxes. The point is that actually normally go balanced when you are made a proposal to work with the closed companies, when your money will go to the closed companies that will work with your capital. The next issue and message, diversification. Very many treat diversification differently and not correctly. They believe that diversification is a set of companies or different sector companies. As 2020 showed us, it was a unique year because very many rules, very many classical principles this year actually were not in place. For us, it's important to diversify the capital of your client, not by the companies, not by the sectors, but by instruments that are workable and work differently. There is a set of instruments that could bring you gains when, for example, markets collapse, or sometimes this capital could be hedged. If you are ready to buy 5 companies for $1 million, 2 technological companies, 1 company, oil recovery company, then please, this capital should be hedged at least partly. Maybe you may buy this or that options when the market goes down. These options recover your capital losses. Or sometimes there are some strategies short. It's exactly workable instrument, and maybe some of you saw the film, The Game to Go Short. It's a good instrument actually 3 days at a line, we see the collapse and going down of the technological sector, and hedge funds after the breaks they returned, and very many private investors and Robin Goods. There is one application, Robin Good. It's freeware, and you may participate in financial market from $100. You may buy these shares. And the psychology of these people is a psychology of the mainstream behavior. And sometimes, sometimes 10 million accounts from March new. Exactly, this volume has the impact on the market because it's a huge amount of accounts. And we understand how this mass goes from one side to another side, and big actors actually get the benefit of it. Tourism sector, they are not in the best shape. Actually, big actors, they have a good understanding of all the figures, and now when, for example, companies go short, they make their gains. All this is very interesting. Everything is very cool, but you should have a good understanding. I don't represent trading company. We are not in trading exclusively. It's a long period investments that normally it goes through the process when we buy public companies. It's the same as when you buy real businesses, but in Ukraine more risks are accompanied. Raiding, some politics-related risks, and when you work there, you have the access to the understanding of financial world, financial system, and this is significant for your operational businesses. A very important issue. Sometimes it's a key one. If the client, for example, is the owner of real estate, let's say, from the point of view of diversification of its portfolio, on one side, to buy the company, there are very many public companies that manage the real estate outside Ukraine. It's logic to buy this company because the client actually has a good understanding. But from the point of view of diversification, when the main capital is with real estate, this will be incorrect decision. Protection will not be in place and risks will go higher. So for us, it's important to understand investment portfolio when it is well accessed. We cannot do this without assessment what's going on with the capital. For us, it's important also to understand, have a good understanding how they are ready to work in this or that market. The point is that there are different fluctuations in the market, and the very important issue is that absolute transparency. Absolute transparency, the key issues, because when we speak along period stories, then we understand for the client it's important to have the access to his/her portfolio at any time. If, for example, if it cannot be provided by the managing or management, you should exclude this. Liquidity, it's a big plus. When we speak about operations at stock exchange, instrument, and you may easily sell your shares. But for the liquidity, you should pay with the higher risks, because when we speak about capitalization of public companies, all these volumes that could be easily sold quickly and bought. So this understanding is important. And all this is in place in 2020. I understand that our participants, I know very many of you, they represent legal companies, there are auditors here, financial managers, and when we have a certain growth of the company, when we have a certain business growth, exclusively investing outside Ukraine is the issue. Beneficiaries are always take care about their inheritance. Who will inherit it? They would like to form their capital. Geopolitical diversification is important, because they want to have partly their capital in the country where everything is transparent and clear. When we, for example, form the investment portfolio, and it's a part of investment strategy, you should have an understanding, risk profile, horizon of investments, transparency, and full and 24 hours access to your accounts. If it's not available, beneficiaries always have concerns without understanding what's going on. And we understand that time is short. I'm ready to answer your questions. If you have any question with regard to what's going on in the financial sphere, we have this session, discussion session. Maybe I have not managed. I have managed to cover not probably all the topics. If any question is welcomed. And Sergey, could you tell us, if, for example, we assume that private investing in Ukraine currently is not highly developed, because you will link it to the lack of the financial literacy or poverty. Private investments in Ukraine, is it okay in your opinion in Ukraine or not? For me here, it's the key to financial illiteracy, and as a derivative of it is poverty. I understand there are some limits allowed by the National Bank up to 100,000 years, but over the past 18 months, private investments in this market, they are the different level. We were one of the initiators actually to have this threshold higher at the level of 100,000 euro this year. Next year it will be higher, 150,000. For example, interactive brokers based in the Citibank, they are one of the 4 largest brokers. You as a private investor, if you have no issues with regard to your declaration to confirm your incomes, and actually you have a special application, and you will be treated as the fully fledged investor in any public sector company. In my experience, I could say that there are approximately people in the age of 25, 40 years. They are businessmen of a new formation. They don't have millions so far. IT sector, in this sector we have very many well-off people, but probably there are 100,000 people who are ready to invest, and people are very active. They enter this. But for us, it's important to understand whether you enter this sphere as a trader or as the investor. When you enter it as a trader, then actually for them it's important to make a quick money and to give up everything. And sometimes, you know, in the US, such kind of clients, they are called Blemmings. It's small investors who aggressively enter the market. As they actually, when they invest from $3,000 to $10,000, they have no fears to lose this money. But Tesla company actually last year it collapsed by 500%. It's a phenomenon that's actually looked as a tulip money because, you know, it's like a pyramid. Somebody bought for 100 and sold it for 200, and this is a growth. Last week, 21% was lost with the company. For the company that is valued 350 million, 21% loss in capitalization is a phenomenon. So 180 million capitalization loss was with another company. Capitalization of the company sometimes is blown up, and sometimes we should have an understanding. In the company there could be a very cool core businesses, but when such lots of money, crazy money get into the company, it's sometimes very dangerous. Well-balanced, cool mind should be with those who enter it, because investors should feel comfortable. Fundamental analysis of the company actually allows us to have an understanding why a cool company collapsed by 30%. If they have top management, they are perfect. Motivation of top managers sometimes could be good. But if such company collapses by 30%, normally it's not good. Actually, Musk, if we take out from the company Musk, whether you will be willing to invest in this company without Musk, it's a question. Artyom, thank you. Could you tell us, when we speak about formation of the portfolio, when investors get to you, you, for example, could provide 1, 2, 3 portfolios, and the person gets to you, brings 100,000. Then next month he gets to you, asks another to have a portfolio for the other 100,000. My question. From the particular to the general, or from the general to particular, how we should move, whether it's good, for example, to work with a lump sum or to have it in pieces, like I gave the example. And we understand when the person gets to you with 100,000, next time when he gets to you, he is not supposed to fill out the questionnaire. With the retail investors, we don't work. Retail investor for us are those who have 100,000. $1 million, this is our client. This is our investor. Getting back to the issue of financial literacy, there is a segment of clients who are, for the reason that they did not encounter this market, they don't know how it works. And for us, it's important to actually, sometimes the person who could have a try, let's bring first 100,000. And if we understand what is the purpose of the client, just to try, actually here could be some variations and options. But if the person, for example, has 100,000, but within 3 years, the person could get to the threshold equal to $2 million, which we'll have from the operational businesses. For us, it's important once in 6 months, normally under this arrangement, we revise the questionnaire and the form filled out by this investor. In March 2020, we actually, with each of the clients, we met and in the form they are ready sometimes, but sometimes we are very interested to know what is the feeling of the client. We are ready, for example, when something happens, when they have a collapse in the market and when the market goes down, we are ready to get some capital in order to compensate this. Management is very important there. We understand to monitor from day to day the situation with the client. It's very tiring and time consuming. Purposes and horizons for investing are very important. How we select the portfolio. We have the key sectors and we have some external expertise, or we have also internal expertise and external expertise. There are some sectors where we don't work at all. For example, cruises, because actually tourist business, we did not deal with this. But over the past 7 months, actually, we talked to the clients who were not ready for speculations, but they had this or that opportunity. They save from 10% of capital I'm ready to bring to the speculations, because we understand the cruise companies, for example, collapsed, and when it went down too much, we decided to buy it. We realized that some small investors get to this company, the company goes up, and then we sell it. But the reason is when we have not a good understanding of this sector. Now we have much better understanding of the cruise business, a cash bar, we know how many employees became unemployed. So for us, in these cases, only in these cases we buy. There are some sectors in which we have a good understanding, and for our clients, based on our expertise and understanding, we provide the portfolio for the client. If the client is a good specialist in the sphere where he works, the sector is well known, then we work on the partnership basis. The person says, I'm interested to work in this sector, I'm interested to work with this partner. And then we deliver analytics. We have a special department of analytics and analysis, and working with them, actually we provide this information to our client. So actually we deliver the information on the trends for this market development. And this is one of the specific features how we form the portfolio. Sometimes there are 7, 8, 9 companies. If we have more, it's difficult to manage this portfolio, and then it will be not individual based, because taking into account the specifics of the client, normally we limit the number. It's much easier to monitor the company. Each analyst monitors corporate reporting, insiders acquiring, and so on and so forth. This is a comprehensive and not very fast process. If, for example, we have 100,000, it does not mean that portfolio right and now will be formed portfolio for these 100,000. The point is that we don't want to do this prompt work. Actually, now we should take into account some political destabilization in the US, elections in November. we understand actually now we form the portfolio for the 50% of the amount proposed because we are looking for the good process. It's a sort of a step-by-step process.
Thank you very much, Sergey. And I see that the audience has some more questions to Sergey, and think that during the coffee break you will ask him your questions. And I invite the next presenter, Irina Francken, will tell us about protection of assets and taxations and dotations from trusts and funds. Irina? Yes, thank you. Do you hear me? Do you hear me? Do you hear me? Yes, Irina, we hear you. So perfect. So considering the presentation of Sergey, and he mentioned very well that big and fast success in businesses, they are not so numerous and so often because investments, it is a play which is a long and very diligent one, and as well when you protect your assets, it doesn't happen today and just in one instant. If there is something that should protect your assets, always you should remember that there is a period when the money is shifted to the trust or foundation. They should be paid or transferred to the government at a certain condition. So these structures you should create today to protect your money for your family tomorrow. So this is a multifaceted issue, and maybe I would like, and in my presentation I was saying about different opportunities of different systems in different countries, how to protect assets, but it is very important to mention about control, indirect control, but it should be very well and legally selected so that nobody, any agency would be capable to bother you, that so that you creating the structure, you control your money, and trust is a very good tool and instrument for this. And when you create your big company, a trustee company who manages your structure, in this case you can control. And at the same way, if you want to get something from the structure, you can take it because in this case the company will have directors who on one hand they know situation in your business, on the other hand they know the situation of your family. If you should pay to children for their education in a very good university, this should be done, and the board of directors can take this decision, the control, as I said. Now the continuity it is very important. It is very important for long time, for long period, and it should be not for the next generation only, but in a good sense it should assure for one more generation maybe, and that is why we should start today, maybe when there is no much money, but the structure is not so difficult, but later the structure can be more sophisticated depending on development of your business, and those companies who owned by your trustee company or maybe a holding. When they bring money, they will develop the structure. Maybe it is clear. And the most important, when we speak about the family office in this sense, the planning is very important. You should involve young family members when they are sitting near the old members of the board. They should know how to plan, how to manage from the younger days. So these are the points very important from a legal point of view. And another issue which I wanted to describe, because we were speaking about economic crisis and the situation in which we are now. These are those who tell us what to find as solutions, how to find the way out of a very difficult situation. And today, in this very difficult point, in our company, we got much more clients. We got much more work than we had before the crisis. We were staying at home. But we were more involved, more covered with activity. And why did it happen like this? Because the market value of companies dropped very seriously, and we had lots of clients who had offshore companies and they didn't know what to do with their money. And maybe this point could be solved from 2008, but not all of the people were ready for these kind of cases, and they didn't think about asset protection company, and all of them were sitting on their offshore money. But the situation came when the decision was taken. So restructurization should be done, but now it became cheaper, and at the background of reduction of value of assets, it became possible. That's what we were doing. What were we doing? We were creating new structures. We developed personal investment structures for our clients. We consulted about buying, selling different assets, and as the market prices dropped, many companies from the point of view of taxation were looking at this as much better to close the company and to come back with the money in solving the situation in this way. So they solved such situations in this way. Many clients created trusts, created foundations. So restructurization issue was solved. These are the opportunities which open in front of us in such difficult and bad times. Then compulsory taxes. This is a point which is very important, and for this point I invite people whom are not only in the from the point of view of jurisdiction. It's very important to understand where will you get your income if the distribution is done from the foundations and from the trusts. So you know, the company, when it gets the income, it pays the tax, but in trusts the income comes, and you should understand where the beneficiary got the income, because the tax residence notion is ambiguous. So in the field of taxation regulation, residence of a taxpayer should be a link between the person and the country, but for different countries these links are different. So I always say that it is much better to invite a tax advisor, and we will discuss this issue with you. On the other hand, trustees can take a decision to distribute from the capital, from the equity. If we speak about the trust, in this case, the taxation in different jurisdictions can be different. And of course, we should speak about the transparency, because very often we have questions. Maybe it is not necessary to provide information, but unfortunately, in the last years, transparency is growing up everywhere in the world. New laws are adopted, maybe, and we cannot hide the beneficiaries. When we create the structure, we should know everything, absolutely everything about you, and potential beneficiaries. Maybe unborn child. We can introduce him as a potential beneficiary. We can introduce him into our files already. From our point, this information should be in our files, especially from the previous presentation. This information goes well. Where does it go then? If the beneficiary, if all data on the potential beneficiary is inside our files, it does not mean that we will provide this information to the tax authorities, but we will provide the list of all the beneficiaries, including their addresses, even their emails, and of course the tax payer numbers and the address of residence, even the beneficiaries if they didn't get any distribution. It doesn't mean on one hand it is not bad, because it does not go anywhere afterwards. Where does the information go? The information which we provide. Of course, the information protection exists, but we can suppose that such information goes further. Which countries participate in the information exchange? So we should count here on the media and think what we are told. But we need the information to have it, and it is a must, because in 2019 a FATF published the best practice report on information on beneficiaries, funds, and trusts, and we, not only as accountants and lawyers, but people who present fiduciary and administrative resources, we should provide all the information on our customers. And answering about taxation, when you get the money from trusts and funds, the tax should be paid. On the other hand, when the trust is inside the company, here, from the point of view of jurisdiction, if we take New Zealand jurisdiction, these income are not taxable. These conditions are very good, and that depends how you present this information. Will you declare it in your country, and then it will belong on the laws and jurisdiction where you are then tax resident. And now a bit about registration of a final beneficiary. These requirements are very strict in Europe, and we call it fifth directive, and it is related to the law on prevention of money laundering and financing of terrorism, and now Holland, since September 27th, 2020, gives us 18 months so that not only Dutch companies but Dutch funds, stiftings, they provided the information on the beneficiaries, but there is a discussion because there is no beneficiaries in stiftings in the Dutch funds. Whose information should we present? They are saying that this information should be partially public. So for $2.5 you can log in the trade chamber, and you will see the beneficiaries of the funds. It's serious questions, but on the other hand, from a legal point, it is very difficult to define who is the beneficiary if the fund is in itself a beneficiary of itself. Very difficult question, and we found a reply to some of our clients, but on the other hand, we needed to discuss and solve it with each client. With the company it is easy, but with the fund and without beneficiaries it's very difficult. Wyoming, state of Wyoming, that's why I was speaking today, and the new legislation since 2019, and Wyoming they did quite correctly. On the one hand, the legislation is based on the civil law of the United States of America, but on the other hand, they introduce beneficiaries in the foundations, and they are allowed in the future to be placed in the public information. But at this point, the state of Wyoming does not require presentation of any information, but in future you will understand where the information will go.
With Holland, this is the issue, for the reason that from the legal point of view, there are no beneficiaries. New Zealand, I could say, no information, public information does not exist. Moreover, your private trust company should not have the name trustee in the name. So it's not mandatory to include this word. You could name your company KBC Limited, and nobody never will say that it is a trustee of your, will never guess that it is a trustee of your company. It's quite good, because not everyone wants to have a situation when the name of the company will be associated with the fact that this company performs as a trustee. It looks like this is from the point of view of New Zealand, this is a very reliable jurisdiction when we speak about the assets protection. It is very good, all the information, no information on trusts, and the beneficiaries, founders of the trust are not supposed to be submitted. It's not public information. What is required by FATC, this is submitted, and these bodies have the right to exchange the information practically. So the taxation authority is not allowed to transfer this information to the Ministry of Internal Affairs. We know, we checked it in our practice. We don't know, because we had the audit according to the anti-money laundering program. We realize that our auditor really does not know who is the beneficiary. This is the exchange of this information between the bodies is not in place. Briefly, what I plan to tell you, and there are very good legal opportunities that do exist with regards to assets protection, and no doubt this is the issue, that structure should be transparent, and this is our understanding. If any question, I'm ready to answer your questions. Irina, thank you very much. Colleagues, any question? Unfortunately, I don't hear you. Irina, thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you very much. Thank you, Irina, for your presentation. Thank you. The next is my very brief summing up of our session. My name is Victoria Fomenko. I'm the partner of the legal company Integrities, and the topic is what we should have in focus for the owner of the capital, taking into consideration the latest updates in legislation. We will be summing up the problems that do exist today with the owners of the capital, given the fact that we have changes not only in the national Ukrainian legislation, but given the global changes, that is transparency for business management, enhanced financial monitoring measures, and I know that all the participants now see that foreign accounts are closed, and the Ukrainian banks refuse to provide services if they have doubts on the source of the money origin, if they don't see who is the beneficiary. Sometimes, in case that if they have doubts on the data submitted on the beneficiaries, all is related to the identification of real owner. These are the real trends that have been observed for the recent years. Legislation is changed, not only in Ukraine but globally. AML directive, it has been mentioned today, AML that is fighting offshores, beneficiary owners registers that have been introduced in many states. Holland, Austria, many other countries do this as well. In offshore jurisdictions, beneficiary owners registers are introduced. Sometimes they are partly opened, sometimes they are partly closed, but this is a trend in place. In Ukraine, also, we have a register where we can see the ultimate beneficiary, but the latest developments that were enforced in the beginning of the current year, they made oblige the owners of the Ukrainian companies to update this information and to give the information on the ultimate beneficiaries. Currently, we have not approved this, how it will work. Actually, more orders to be issued by the Ministry of Finance. We understand actually penalties will be increased for non-submission of such an information. We understand the owners of the capital will feel less comfortable because they will be in the situation when certain decision to be taken, what is to be done in such a situation. As you know, in Ukraine and in the territory, in the CIS territory in general, we normally have do deal with the first generation of those who have capital. They made money in hard times, but some of this money was earned employing some strange structures and schemes. Sometimes the structures were owed through the nominal owners or through the trust declarations. And it was because we had some limitations for overseas investments. And with this, owners actually bypassed the licensing process. And now we have a certain situation in Ukraine. Many owners are ready to pay taxes and are ready to legalize money, but they are looking for the methods how it could be done. And in the framework of the law, of the draft of the law 1210, also it was decided that there will be a norm on the so-called no tax liquidation. This norm has been amended by the law adopted in July, and actually the period was changed. Some of our colleagues in other presentation discussed this option. This option allows us to have a liquidation of offshore company and a non-resident company. And what is obtained through this liquidation when, for example, these gains were not through this or that embezzlements. In this case, it should be taxed at the rates on the personal income tax, on the personal income tax. You know how this could be adopted and how to this or that business. For us, it's important to have a good understanding how this norm will be implemented. And because we don't have some implementation procedures for this norm, so this norm will be fully introduced later. This law also adopted some of the rules how to control foreign companies. This topic was highlighted today by other presenters, and all the norms and legislation to rely on will be very important. You should have the details of it, because this legislation envisages not only taxes to be paid, but also certain reporting to be submitted. And some of my clients, they say they don't feel fears and scary about the norms, how it is given in the document, because they are ready to accept how evidence to be appropriated, and they will be ready to pay the tax on it, how it is provided. But reporting, this is another issue for them, because there are some unclear messages, unclear norms, how they are worded, how they will be implemented, or what on what taxation bodies will look at, and all the owners who own foreign companies, with no regard to whether it's necessary to declare this as an additional income, they are supposed to submit reporting that they have kicks. This report to be submitted together with the taxation declaration and together with the with accounting statements, and with accounting statements, financial statements. Also, there are lots of issues around to be discussed, not fully clear. Trust funds, sometimes they don't keep records, or sometimes it is simply in simplified form, not in line with the declaration norms when we speak about kicks. And they can be also compiled in foreign languages, not in the national language, and lots of inconveniences are brought with this for the owners. Also, there are some nuances I would like to highlight. Is that is the enhanced financial monitoring. Except banks, financial monitoring is exercised practically by all the consultants lawyers, auditors, they have certain obligations with regards to reporting. And if you speak about Ukraine, these norms are not very popular and not fully complied with. But also another legislation, piece of legislation is important, Directive DAC 6 in Europe, that is it makes obliged foreign consultants to the local financial bodies and all the structures and taxation optimizations that are recommended for their clients. This is exactly the legislation that is not much talked about by foreign consultants, because this norm actually it cuts a number of clients which can potentially get to them because they feel scary as to the confidentiality of the information provided for the consultants. In many countries, this norm has been implemented at the local levels. In many countries, it has been enforced. And there is a good understanding there actually on what deals and transactions, what reporting to be submitted. Also lots of penalties are envisaged when, for example, submission of reporting is not complied with. If they have any doubts, actually here for them, it's very important to submit reporting rather than to pay high penalties. In terms of information exchange, CRS implementation in Ukraine, here also it's very important. From year to year, we monitor really when this will be implemented in Ukraine. For us it's important because for the capital owners it is materialization of certain risks related to historical structures on which they did not take a decision what can be done, whether to go for no tax liquidation or to do something with the money. In the framework of the information exchange, also we have some expectations on the taxation amnesty, zero declaration. Here we are as consultants, we understand that KICS will be workable when we have the information exchange and zero declaration, and in this case taxation bodies will have the instruments and for them it will be important, they will have the understanding what is the income that has not been declared. There are very many discussions around this zero declaration and zero amnesty. It's also here now we are after summer leaves, lots of discussions go around this, and I believe maybe by the end of the year, beginning of the next year, this the law will be adopted. In the framework of KICS, there is a draft laws 4045. Those who are interested in it, probably you are in a know. They are planned introduction of KIC in 12 months more. And we understand, first they expect that they will have zero declaration law. It's my expectations. Also, a couple of minutes of your attention, residency of beneficiaries. You know, we live in pandemic, so movement of the citizens between the countries is limited. Potentially for some beneficiaries it has an impact. We understand that taxation residency that has been planned for them for 2020, there were some interfering factors. Some people were stopped in some countries, and actually this allowed them to acquire this residency in the other country. because when we speak about the tax residency, lots depends. In many countries, taxes go through special. They tax the income that is received in any country globally because dual taxation norms also to be applied. And last issue, this is the location of effective management. Also, some changes were included in the tax code, and they introduced additional criteria for the companies, how this company can be recognized as the place of effective management is the issue here. It could be offshore company where our beneficiary is the director. If it is efficiently managed from the territory of Ukraine, it could be recognized as a company to be taxed in Ukraine. Before this provision normally was based on the permanent representation, and I know there was one case, we had a litigation, shares of the Cyprus company because they were sold in Ukraine, and also there was this case suit brought by the taxation authority because they planned that this deal to be taxed according to the national Ukrainian taxation laws. So directors of foreign companies because they live in the environment of pandemic, sometimes they are delayed in this or that territories. In Ukraine, for example, sometimes additionally they could form another risk with regard to taxation of such a company in Ukraine. In principle, these are all topics I plan to cover. Unfortunately, time is really short. Thank you very much. If any question, I'm ready to answer questions. Thank you. You see, we're slightly late. 4:45, please be at
Good afternoon to all. So we will start, and those interested will be joining us. Hello, I'm Antina Prudko. I'm head of Secretariat of all Ukrainian network of goodwill and compliance. I joined recently in this role to this initiative, and our network, what it is doing, it is a connection of a business and joining the business who are building conscientiously the idea of compliance and ready to communicate this idea to all the world with their partners, and they keep this idea in our network. We help not only the business which is doing it, but we help to build this notion if the business is wish. And previously also I'm working with compliance a bit, but mainly from outside, from Organization of Economic Cooperation and Development, and I would like to do something inside the process and the country. Today I would like to present to you the guests with whom we will be talking for the next 1 hour and a half. First of all, so the leading partner of COSA, who is in our organization, Orest Stasiuk, is advisor on criminal law. Also, he is the specialist on trace corruption prevention and 500 EMEA in 2020 as recommended specialist. Also, we have Artem Krikuntrush. He is a lawyer and he is a practitioner in the dispute resolution and investigation in the regulatory pipe of Ukraine. And we have Yaroslav Rudko. He is a leading managing partner in Legal House. A bit of what we will be speaking today out of these topics which were announced. We will speak to our guests what is important in compliance when you go outside to outer markets, how we need to use the compliance, what are the risks when we go out of our own market abroad, what is happening inside the company when some problems happened, any abuses, violations were documented, and what can be the ways of solutions and dispute solving with our law enforcement authorities. And we will speak about the ways the business can, how it can cooperate with the government through compliance, and how we can build the dialogue, and we will speak in which way the compliance will influence relations with our beneficiaries. So maybe we will ask Pavlo first question. Pavlo, in fact, you are examining risks on foreign markets, and you're leading lots of researches and investigations, and you know the sources and know all the things which are important for corporate investigations for global international companies. From your experience, please tell us what is the role of availability or absence of well-built compliance systems for the companies when they go to the external markets. What could be the risks and how to solve them with the compliance? Thank you very much for this question. And really, existence of a compliance system in a company, it is a really important influence on how the company can work, and successfully company can work on foreign markets, especially if this is the business that needs involvement of money and involving lots of jurisdictions. And as of today, when the companies they are not isolated but integrated in the global system, economical system, and connected between themselves through many bank accounts and correspondent banks in different jurisdictions. The compliance and its presence is crucial for foreign trade activity. Everything is transparent now. All information on legal entities, on individuals less, but on companies this information is almost easy access information, and if anything and if there is something that happens in certain jurisdictions, it will be known to lots of your counter-agents. I am speaking about international business when your counter-agents they know and they think what it is compliance, and they are focused on it. It is not a craftsmanship with gray sales only in cash, but in the normal business with use of banking system, it is not possible to exist without compliance. I think this reply was a satisfactory one for you, for your question. Yeah, okay. But in fact, the compliance, where does it help? What the company should do when going outside of its home market, and does it help to prevent risks, or it should be otherwise nobody will talk to you? We will not consider scenarios where we will have or not have the need of compliance. Looking from outside on the system and coming into relations with your foreign economic counter-agents, you should understand that the company will be attracting your attention. When you are working locally on your market, inside your market, there will be no compliance risks, and maybe you want to attract an investor which will not require any information on your system, but even if the investors will come and they will not know a lot about your internal system, the deal will go on. But if you go abroad and you just dive into information flows, the compliance is requested because you will be looked at by your new counter-agents in developed markets in the US and Europe. Maybe we will see on this presentation. Is it possible to switch it on? So we can switch it on. So I will skip this wonderful story about systems. So when you go to the foreign market, you should be ready that that now in the global compliance trends there will be three key notions: sanctions, corruption, and financing of terrorism and money laundering, because it is a normal banking topic. And fourth, where your money is coming from. When you go outside and you work with new banks, with new counter-agents, and especially on developed markets, these four aspects will be very much considered. And if you have a non-transparent structure with nobody behind it clearly, and who is the final beneficiary, Yaroslav will speak today about it. So they will be block your deals, and they will be asking lots of questions which will make breaks on your deals, and origin of your money. Today it is very directly going to prevention of money laundering, and today to buy some real estate or lease it or rent it from 10,000 pounds per month in Great Britain, the money origin and the buyer will be screened, and if you are hiding behind the wall of legal entities from offshores, they will be asking and looking for. That depends also on diligent compliance officer, maybe even in retail companies who lease real estate to you. They have compliance officers who will be looking at the origin of your money and who you are in reality. But it is not you who is who are inspected when you contact new counter agents and the features of the foreign market. Finally, you will have to pay attention to some interesting features as about the legal entity with whom you will be working, but you will have to look at the environment. The environment is the place where you will have to work, where when you are working inside Ukraine, so you know all the local rules of play, so you understand that in such activity, in such industry, you cannot work without some specific mechanisms in which in classic understanding and compliance they are not accepted at all. So you know the relations between the business and the government, and you have local lawyers who will explain to you everything. But when you go outside, when you go to abroad, your target market will be some emerging markets, and for Ukrainian businessmen, African countries and Latin American countries are new, and the understanding of the roles of play, who is playing there, who are decision makers there, what are the relations between the state and the business, and so more or less you will be capable to involve information into your compliance system to be starting business there. So for example, if you wanted to work in Nigeria and you have partners in France or in the US, some breaches or maybe bypassing some corners in Nigeria, you can find yourself in situation when your American counter agent, in today's situation, any counter agent is a golden one. So he can find out about this situation there, and because he is under very strict regulations in his home country, he will refuse to continue with you. But as for your partners abroad, then you should understand that even if you are keeping a trade company, or you want to invest in a local production abroad, you will have to find a local partner who will understand everything. But here, it's my professional deformation, we are checking everything, and from this point I make a report. I know what are the questions are, asked in some different situations. A very innocent partnership in a certain country, for example, in a developing country like Cameroon, where you see the potentially interesting market where you can work with Africa to the south from Sahara. So you contacted the local player who understands everything, who understands everything, and you didn't check him enough. The most important for you was that inside the Cameroon, it is not a recommendation, but and consultation, but in this country, you will have always to have a local partner to have access to the top of the country. The road is not so big, but immediately you become related to state functionaries. Immediately it brings the risk of corruption, and your local partner at any moment can set you up. And in practice, we have a very interesting element, and the task was like this: to find a partner who is a strong one, and he has enough contacts, and he's got good reputation and good portfolio, where he didn't set up partners. So we were facing the situation where such potential partner was even in newspapers, in scandals, and if it was not the Cameroon history as a colony of France, maybe this information would not come out, because all the information was coming out through France, and sometimes it is not a standard when you go to a country, but you should understand who is your partner. You will find it through another jurisdiction, and when you look at your counterparty, you will have a long list of parameters where you will study with whom he is affiliated, his beneficiaries, judicial cases, and in every country there are sources of information through certain methods and through measures. Preferably they should be also transparent and accepted in compliance. And when you look at your partner abroad, you should look at him in broad way, through sanctions, through non-involvement in corruption and non-financing of some terrorism, and because it is under sanctions and so on. So if your counterarranger does not violate the local environmental regulations, so on your local market you know who is who and you know who is doing what, but abroad it is very easy to conceal, and it's very
and this should be in your focus, and because the information filled on your counteragent, not always, but very often, it is not well known for us. Sometimes it's not fully clear. For us, it's necessary to have tentative investigation on it, analysis on it, in order to know. First of all, we should get to the open sources of information. This is media, databases. And here there were many nuances, starting from the complexities related to the language barrier. For example, when you are supposed to study elementary local register, corporate register, you should know that this company really exists, so who are beneficiaries, so on and so forth. You should read this information. Sometimes it is in English or any other English or in any other language. Language issue is issue number one. Online registers are not always available when we speak about corporates. We know that in Ukraine we have Ministry of Justice aggregated registers. In Moldova and Nigeria, you are supposed to the office and make a request, and then you should know where to go and how to apply for this. As to the databases and analytical resources, here I will not talk a lot on this. Here the difficulties are sometimes it's very costly and sometimes they are not legal because information should be retrieved from the legal sources, and sometimes it costs money, $500,000, $500,000 per annum, if, for example, they will feed to you information from registers and databases. You can imagine what turnovers should be in order to allow the company such costs. With regards to media, here the main problem that is engagements of local media. Read the newspaper in Ukraine, you understand who is the editor, what is the circle of influence behind it, and because we have clans here, and normally media is distributed between those. The same exists outside Ukraine, but you don't know this media environment, and you could not get a good understanding and get information from the media outside Ukraine in order to get more knowledge on your counteragent. Some people really disregard this and neglect this, but you know, for example, sometimes people treat all the information about counteragents placed in Ukrainian media as not serious, but they treat seriously all the information that is placed in the media outside Ukraine. Also, sanctions are very important. You are as an Ukrainian company should be concerned what sanctions are against your country where you operate, but also sanctions against US, against states in the Europe also should be in and European Union also digitalized the data. Actually, Ukraine has this data in the PDF format, but it is in Ukraine. With regards to what could happen is if your potential content is in a non-sanction list, but has certain relationship and with the persons under sanctions, here the situation is more complex. Sanction-related entity, Americans are concerned about this, and they have certain grounds for this. When you start your work with a company and then it appears that amongst the clients of this company or in the structure of their ownership, there are persons under sanctions. 50% rule, it's if the sanctioned person, if it is by 50% or more owns your counteragent company, then this company should be also treated as a company under sanctions. There are some formal features, but when these are not formal links, when they are not documented, there is no legal links, then you should get to such human intelligence to such an instrument in order to check whether your potential counteragent has this or that illegal links, and then probably when you start interaction with this company, probably this will go from the bottom to the top, and you will be knowing this, and it will have an impact on your operation. But you should have some grounds, but sometimes you could have not enough information from the open sources. For example, sometimes you should go through the media, what actually, there may be in some media, there were hints that your potential counteragent is engaged in this or that deals or actions in order to recheck this information. Compliance, it is not only legal issues, not only reputational issues. These are also essential aspects with regards to security. And we are, as a company, we don't split compliance and security. We understand that compliance is a component of the overall security system. We should not say that security is above compliance. Actually, compliance and security safeguard the company from the losses. And compliance checks, compliance screening, as it is said, of the counteragent could be done by the security divisions. Sometimes it could be with a structural unit that will interact directly with the counteragent. And some companies do this exactly like I do described. I will give you a case when in the foreign market there was the absurd situation. We have very many cases, and I will give you an example, absurd situation when it was important to minimize all the risk in the very initial way, but they did not think that there is a compliance screening. And actually, in the international market, reps of one of the company, reps of one of the states, sort of a developed state in the Western Europe, actually, this started interaction with one company. It was a joint investment project. It assumed certain joint benefits for the actors, and the person from the developed Western country introduced himself as a person named X, presented some documents, actually, and actually looked very decently. But one moment, once, when they get to the face to deal with some financial issues, they would like to sort out who is this person, and this person normally was in the business circles. He participated in many international conferences where there were lots of PR. He was recommended by the local bureaucrats as a sort. Everything looked so decently, but it appeared this person actually had a fake identity. Actually, because according to its real identity, they even brought the case to the court, and actually, it was very difficult to get the information. And then one person in YouTube placed some information on this person, and people get the real information about this person. Also, there was another issue in this. Actually, there was a fake address. It's a real picture, but not from the case. Exactly such like building was picture was placed on their site because they said that they are in Singapore jurisdiction registered. There were lots of offices that they work there and here, There were lots of pigs placed here, but their structure actually was registered at the address that looked like this, but in the context, the person has no real name. He used his fake identity. He had faked activity. Actually, he did not deal with what he was declaring. And in addition, also these pics added to the story about this person. It was so easy to check all this because the address is declared at his site. We checked it. Actually, we called to the business center and actually checked whether this person is available for the talk. And actually, nobody knew this person. So for us, it's not important to go to Singapore in order to check this information. It is a sort of a simple case, but we encounter such like situation on a daily basis. Really, with your internal resources, we may sort out this so easily, and when the situation is more serious and complex, human intelligence also could be switched to specific expertise, could be invited. Sometimes you may get can get to the additional information. And here you will invite more specialists. But we should have the understanding that there is a list of issues to be checked with your counteragent. Sometimes you may request this information with your potential counteragent. Please raise your hand which company of you, whether your company has a good reputation. You always will say that your company has a good reputation, and when you are asked to sign something, then you will say that everything goes okay. The code of corporate ethics goes smoothly, but all this, and simply it is in your drawer at your desk, and we understand that the document should be renewed and updated as all other documents. That is why please put your intention on this. What can you do internally? But outside Ukraine, they have a completely different environment. Here in Ukraine, probably you may imagine that you know everything. Outside Ukraine, it's another new story. And actually, what could minimize your risk? Information. Thank you very much. Thank you, Pavlo. Actually, we have highlighted lots how we can go for checks when we speak about our counteragents. And for those who plan to enter international markets, for us it's important really to have understanding how we should check our potential counteragents. No doubt you will be also checked accordingly, according to all the international standards. This story actually is very interesting. From the very beginning, you should build up how we'll go step by step, and then when we speak about checking your potential counteragents. And now probably we will invite the next speaker, and maybe questions and answers will be at the very end of our session. And the floor is opened to Orest. Orest has a good experience when we consulting on international businesses, anti-corruption legislation, and at all the phases of litigation. He knows what happens, and when we speak about interaction with the regulatory bodies, what I would like to ask you to highlight, when, for example, there is this or that violation in the company, there is investigation, actually, what could be the spectrum of actions for the company, and actually what will be the impact on the investors, owners, and how this compliance could be a helper. So the answer here will be the following. Everything depends on jurisdictions, no doubt. In Ukrainian jurisdictions, risks are much closer to the legal to the physical entities, physical persons. Unfortunately, compliance system of compliance programs, they are not assessed by the law enforcement institutions, but for us it's important that this will be in place when we assess this or that actions. But outside Ukraine, in Britain, France, US, a regulator will assess the quality of compliance programs because whether the problem goes from the bottom to the top or it goes from the top to the bottom from the level of supervision. And then actually everything will depend on this. So I offer you some comments on my presentation. Так, could you move please my presentation? In my presentations, I use some hypothetical situations. We have international foreign company that has representation in Ukraine, and actually it should report to different regulators outside Ukraine. It appeared that they sold certain goods highly costly through the chain of distributors, and then these goods went to the Ukrainian client, and so actually the Ukrainian client, so the manager of this company participated in negotiations at different levels, and it was not clear what actually they were discussing. And even this level, at this stage, we have the compliance violations, and as the number of risks and linkages has the impact, and for us it's important to have a good understanding. So here we have law enforcement institutions, and here it's important actually to have such a chart of the interactions in order all the bodies will play their role. All the violation actually should be accompanied with the case opening by the law enforcement institutions. You understand what it will be if, for example, sometimes they had searches. Law enforcement institutions that investigate such circumstances, I would like to add as well, the price was too high. Actually, because they had a chain of distributors and price went up. And law enforcement institutions would like to check at what phase and what stage actually price went up dramatically. And here for us, actually, they had very many questions for all the actors. And here it's necessary to see what are the questions to be asked and who should be asked what questions. For them, it will be important to understand what was the initial price. And actually, there were some questions to the person who was included in the negotiation representing the Ukrainian company. In the company itself, as it is should report not only to Ukraine but outside. So here also spectrum of questions arise because if they are supposed to report to an international body, no doubt these international bodies also had questions to the Ukrainian companies. Manager of the company also to be asked some question because he played the role as a negotiator, because he had been facilitating the process representing the question. If this person is still with the company and the company has certain leverages, but if this is a cumulative example of different cases, but when this person is not with the company, no doubt it actually lessens the opportunities to get this or that answer. Then the question arises, then the international company, each manager has a supervisor. The supervisor should agree on this or that agreement, or maybe sometimes supervisor actually these supervisors are based in Ukraine representing the management, or they are placed outside Ukraine. They are based outside Ukraine. Those who are outside, supervisors, management of the company outside Ukraine, the risks that go from Ukraine, they don't understand all this. Mainly, they could associate the risks that are mainly linked to their regulator. Because in this example, let's see what's going on. So here, building up your defense position, it's very important. The point is that consequences, implications are very important for the company, mainly from the decisions taken outside. With the foreign regulator, they will have questions not to the manager, but to the company. Also, actually, more questions will arise to the company with regards to the policy companies, and supervisors also will be questioned and asked whether for them it will be important, whether their proficiency level is sufficient. Also, we will see here what sort of links. Here we see Anti-Monopoly Committee of Ukraine. Actually, in order to state the fact that, for example, there are anti-competence actions, also it relates also to another spectrum of procedures, because here also we should analyze the risks that could arise. But some real cases are very important. In such a situation, are very important. Management of the company should put a focus on it. The first example will be, this is actually the conflict of interests between the company and the physical person that participated directly in negotiation. He was either manager now or ex-manager. For the physical person who resides in Ukraine, if there is the criminal proceedings, risks of the company from outside, penalties that are too far, but maybe when they have some suspicion, and then we could, in this case, probably we could not rely on this person, that this person could give some, will provide some data that will allow to sort out the case, and through the investigation, including independent, internal and external one, very important to rely on different facts. Also, another situation, it's also is not linked to a simple solution. Actually, international companies that was the party in this agreement. In this situation, the company, if, for example, it finds sufficient grounds to consider that there was a compliance violation and there were some corruption-related risks in place, it's important to confirm it with some facts. The company has, for example, zero interest in order to share this information with the law enforcement institutions. With regards and our law enforcement institutions actually, in the investigation, sometimes they have a real spectrum of questions, but for example, when they have interrogation of different people, it's important to have a good understanding how this or that explanations with regard to compliance policy should be given when you are called for the interrogation. And when you build up your defense, but here also there is a sort of a line of tension when this or that decision to be taken. And actually always in all these stages, always you remember there was this ex-manager, physical persons. This person knows lots of information about the real circumstances. On this slide, you may see, and for your understanding, it's clear what happens with the company outside and what happens. All these factors and actions should be agreed on when this or that decision to be taken. External factors, it could be a request, interrogation, search. In the rep offices of international companies, everything was started with searches, and they invited to the process the managers. But realistically, the problem arises if the case goes when they announce them as a suspect, and it's important here to take all this into account. The crisis situation will be, for example, the suspect is announced for the ex-manager of the company, like in our first slide. And here, all this is accompanied with a number of the risks. Because, for us it's important to have a full understanding what was the role of this person. And then the company also questions itself how they should split their actions from the actions of this ex-manager. And compliance policy here plays a very important role. Actually, because it will allow to have a portrait of your company and how it will be treated by your international counterpartners. Then they question and interrogate different persons to whom some also important to question some colleagues, actually what presentations were used at different meetings, what emails were communicated to the outside. Here, no doubt, there should be balance between the internal investigation. We understand because one day it could be submitted to the law enforcement institutions and under request even to the international parties. And actually, we understand that this is a very complex situation. There was a real case. The stories of this kind with anti-corruption elements of the compliance investigation, we include some other jurisdictions. Me as a practical defender, for us it's important to take all this into account because all these circumstances to be started. But this is a case when we have the international component. So Ukraine is included as jurisdiction because there was the criminal organization that worked through Accuro in Ukraine, because actually it was proved that private companies, including foreign companies, are engaged in this. Also, because Polish jurisdictions, because they entrusted also some actions to Ukraine. There was a Turkish jurisdiction because Turkish company also is covered in the files, and international company from Cyprus also is included, so it's another fourth jurisdiction, and actually all the risks related to all these jurisdictions are very important. And the fifth is the universal jurisdiction. it's very typical because very often funds for road construction is provided from the international banks for development, and they have the list of the bad practices, and then they are supposed to go through the investigation when they have suspect that there was this or that violation. For us, it's important to keep all this in mind, because with the international financial institutions, it's also another actor that also is included. So if everything goes wrong, if the compliance program really poor, then, if everything goes wrong, if, for example, you may imagine that all these 5 jurisdictions are supposed to be covered, and the lawyers and defenders are supposed to go through this in order to sort out this situation in this case. Thank you very much. Thank you, Orest. I understand that it's true that the presence of compliance system, workable one, actually could provide more protection in the international jurisdictions if we speak about as a linkage, because we know that the physical persons could be persecuted because they have completely different list of sanctions. Ukrainian legislation and cannot cover so many cases. I would like to mention that compliance programs in such a system of coordinates actually they help to see the problem at all the levels, at the lowest level. And then when the manager takes this decision, then everything goes clear. Very often the person is fired, and then the situation is analyzed, what violations were with this manager. But in this situation, company takes a decision. This is a practice outside Ukraine. For us, it's important to take these practices with regards how compliance processes work, because it's necessary to have a sort of a story, because international financial institutions, they have the list of the prohibited actions and procedures. For us, because they analyze, for example, why manager took this or that decision. We understand really safeguard more security for the company, and we understand that with time, anti-corruption bodies, they work with different jurisdictions. We don't have actually. We understand that our companies will work in the international markets, and we understand maybe against our companies certain cases are brought. And when sanctions are brought against Ukrainian companies in case they have a good solid compliance programs, this will facilitate the process, because sanctions against Ukrainian companies are placed for 25 years. World Bank, for example, I will not name the companies, but because corruption-related actions were with one company in tendering, and then 2.5 years, actually, they banned this company to participate in any tendering-related processes. Thank you very much for a very interesting topic. We understand it's a very interesting topic, but I would like to get to the next speaker, Artem. You have a very good practical experience because you work with the law enforcement institutions. On one side, you have a good understanding actually what are the attitudes to this issue the part of the state, then you could also could deliver for us what do private business think about this. For us, it's important to have a good understanding what are the thoughts of these two actors. Whether it's important and possible to build up this private-public dialogue, if maybe the compliance systems that will be built up, it will be understood adequately both by the private sector and the state, represented by the law enforcement institutions, and in order to make our environment more transparent.
So in 2017, I was an investigator from an ABU and was visiting a forum, and during an invitation, I came to my boss to get the permission to visit this event. The first question he asked me, what is it compliance? And in act, actually, it illustrates very well the state sector, how it is ready to prevent all such violations. And the most important in the interaction and the problem of these difficulties of translation. Because in fact, the majority of situations they require when the state sector is interested in finding more information about you. Please, can you put on my presentation? Well, the business and the state sector, they cannot avoid the interaction, because you have to interact with tax authorities, and there are controlling authorities, public prosecutor and court, and sooner or later you should interact on their initiative or on yours. And very banal example, maybe in this quarantine confinement period, one of our clients had a visit of inspectors because someone wrote an application, and they wanted to check during this confinement period. So you cannot avoid interaction, and more often I see when the business wants to show the initiative to declare some violations, or in any other way to cooperate with state authorities, but these difficulties of translation they appear, and so the investigation goes on, and the evidences are collected, but nothing is happens, and as compliance as it is, very good investigation, it is not enough, and you cannot fire somebody who violates. So when we run an investigation, we fire a corruptionnaire, and the investigation was a bit hidden, and so we fire a person from an international company, and in some years later we find him as a top manager in a Ukrainian company, and besides some discipline measures, business wants to punish such people, but there are some difficulties, because the business runs investigations, writes an application for launching of criminal case, but nothing happens. And for me, a couple of cases, my experiences in ABU helped me to understand better these activities. And when I started to work in this organization and was running around all forums, and I was saying, so you know, a lot of violations related to your counteragents, and I could not understand why the business they do not have this initiative in their eyes, why they do not want to connect themselves with law enforcement authorities. And now working in the private sector, I would understand. I started to understand. I will tell you why. And so I'm skipping this, and in short, I would be concentrated on law enforcement authorities. In Ukraine, they are numerous, and we are waiting for Bureau of Economic Security, who will replace tax militia. But why there is no understanding? I wanted to find out, and decided to ask my acquaintances, people from the business, and some colleagues, previous colleagues from law enforcement bodies. So I understood that business and law enforcement authorities, they live in parallel worlds. They look at the same things, but they perceive them differently completely. And a banal example, I asked our law enforcement bodies why they do not interact, the business and people from law enforcement bodies, why it is more or less attractive. So since Soviet times, people do not make a difference between compliant or non-compliant about business, and the people look at the business as a trade, as sellers, and they look since all times that these are the people who want to make speculations, and they want to gain easy money very fast, and if you cooperate with the law enforcement authorities, nobody will interact with you on the market. But there are some points which are in common from business and law enforcers. But what the business thinks? What does business think about this? The business says it is not confidential. They say when you interact with the law enforcement people, what are they worried? First of all, about their reputation, and when they see how they cooperate with law enforcement authorities, we see lots of PR component very much. There was a persecution. There is a Facebook announcement, and I say nothing about listening to telephone conversations which are deciphered, and they are edited, and they are delivered to media. So the business thinks if I interact with the law enforcement authorities, thinking that it is confidential, but tomorrow they will decide, they will put everything on Facebook, and the reputation will be lost. So the business understands that we cannot, unfortunately, hope for any confidentiality today, and the most important, when you are doing internal investigation, notwithstanding with external or internal compliance, you can hope for something, but when you give it to law enforcement authorities, you lose any control. You cannot control judges, investigators, public prosecutors. The second, business wanted to have very fast and efficient results, but today pre-trial investigations, those economic investigations, they last for years, and nobody is caring about it, and the business loses lots of money as in the reputation way, and when the result comes, nobody will be interested in that. And the third, that business has no trust. In some cases, when it is convenient for protection of its own interest business can go to law enforcement bodies, but the last thing which prevents them is the loss of their trust. And we can see as a result of Razumkov Center the poll, and we see that a loss of trust, an ABU and DBR, which were created some years ago, they had so much trust, even much higher than the previous older bodies like police and security service of Ukraine. Maybe it was imaginary because the people never interacted with such authorities, but it shows like as the people they are not ready to put at risk their reputation and cooperate with law enforcement authorities. So whatever was in common in my questions to business and the law enforcement, so it was the fastness and the trust. So if in coming years we will make the criminal proceedings fast, clearly understood for business and everybody, and if we assure the real confidentiality of all this, in practice this interaction would be more or less moving. But these are the tendencies which I see when I interact with our clients. The business sometimes is forced to interact with the law enforcement authorities as suffered person. So because of actions of a manager, some employee of a counterparty, so the business has to announce, declare about it, and launch a proceedings as a suffered person. And this is not the work of a compliance expert or specialist. You should know how to manage criminal proceedings and assure the work, how to collect evidences instead of law enforcement authorities. And when business go to such law enforcers, your criminal action can be 100 or 200, and on the local level, even in a district, there could be about 2,300 criminal actions launched. And as a normal investigator, myself as a representative of a business of a suffered person, I am forced to use my possibilities to collect evidences myself. And you should be ready that if you represent business, you should do all the work instead of an investigator and even a public prosecutor. When can it happen? Such criminal cases appear even when the cases were resulting from actions of law enforcement authorities, and they affected the businesses, and you go to DBR on security service with your complaint. There could be third persons, even trade unions can act through criminal actions, and the business should protect himself as a suffered person. Also, there could be actions over third people when business suffers losses. And one category, which is rare but always can happen, when during production in companies with strong manufacturing facilities, there are casualties because of some labor law violations. There are criminal cases that are launched, and business becomes a potential victim. So when business should interact with the law enforcement authorities, we see the certain things. So we see that the internal investigations to start first, and you should focus on criminal proceedings first of all as your idea. So business cannot understand why we
We had the internal investigation, but it cannot be added to the criminal investigation. So for us, it's very important actually to take into account. If, for example, you question this or that person, no doubt the investigator is supposed to question them once again. And actually, criminal procedural code allows this for the investigators. Also, a good understanding should be that the files that were examined by you, this should be also examined by the investigator, and the investigator should get some evidences on it and conclusions some to be made by the investigators on these file studies. And it's important actually because all this could be used as the evidence. If also we see that if it is an international company, we should also build up the team that will expediently, actually through email exchange, actually will respond on the issues of violations when they deal with other jurisdictions. We understand this is important really when we speak about compliance, because compliance procedures always go aligned with some other procedures, corporate procedures, criminal procedures, and so on and so forth. A good understanding should be how, for example, lawyers' investigation goes through. If what could you do instead of the investigator? What can you do with the investigator? Certain experience is needed for this as well. And also it's important to understand that the adequate, proper communication should be in place. When there is no corruption component, not always the point is that not always could be a good communication because they don't have understanding what really goes in the heads of investigators. They never can imagine how many cases they investigate. We understand here sort of a good contact should be because they should understand the work specifics of investigators and controls also very important because confidentiality of the entire process is very important. We understand, and when you allow the information on internal investigation to the law enforcement institutions, no doubt you slightly make it open. We understand that the culture of integrity and transparency with regards to compliance, it's a long-standing process. And no doubt we understand that when business understand all these specific features, when, for example, they build up this in their parents' company, and for us, it's important to understand really the role that was of the law enforcement institutions that was highlighted by the speaker. As we see, there are very many specifics, and we understand when you question business on the issues that you have highlighted, it's very important. Because you highlighted really what does not allow business to have a good contact with the public authorities, with the law enforcement institutions, and we understand such an enlightening function should go with business because then the roles of all these two actors will be better understood by the parties involved. Because the code of integrity, no doubt they do work also in the public bodies, and now the floor is open to our last speaker, Ruslan, and he is planning to highlight the topic how compliance works when we speak about beneficiaries, risks and implications. Good afternoon to all of you. Any compliance, any checks is started with the fact that we collect the information on the company. For us, it's important to see where it is based, what is the company, what problems it encountered, what is the financial standing of the company, and who are beneficiaries of this company. Why we look at the beneficiaries? Because beneficiaries are really people who are behind the company, and beneficiaries really could be one. And they actually, with them, very many risks are accompanied. Why it is important to have understanding who are beneficiaries? Because beneficiaries who take decisions and actually take the vector along which the company will go. Who is the beneficiary? Also very important. In Ukraine, quite recently, the law was enforced in the new wording, the law on legalization of the income obtained illegally, and in this law, really, they highlighted the topic who is the ultimate beneficiary, because they updated the definition who is the final beneficiary, and definition actually correspond to the international conventions definition, and also it made obliged to update the information on the beneficiary. Also, some sanctions and penalties are included when the information on the beneficiaries are not submitted. Really, this law covers a list of documents to be submitted. We understand that this is a sort of a package of documents to be submitted. Who is the ultimate beneficiary, and why it is important to understand who it could be? The law says that with legal entities there are beneficiaries, and these are mainly physical persons, not legal entity, not trust, but this is a physical person. Physical person that exercises actually the impact on the activities of the company and have the essential impact on the company actions. Through the chain of ownerships and holdings or controls, then there are two criteria. I will highlight them later. And the law also provided the unified treatment what are trusts. Trusts and the final beneficiaries in trusts are founders, trustee, and protector, and beneficiary, or the group of beneficiaries. The final beneficiary owner, it could exercise direct or indirect impact. With a direct impact, everything is clear, 25% and more, but it's not always the case. Not always those who own 25% and more are final beneficiaries. There are very many different situations under which you see this situation could arise. Those who have 25% of shareholding could be actual owner of this 25% of shares, because there could be the trust agreement, and actually it could be the nominal ownership agreement. And indirect impact, this is ownership through the persons 25% and more of the statutory fund or voices and or votes because not always 25% of votes are equal to 25% of shareholding. That just the rights of control they exercise. They actually get income from this legal entities through the chain of persons, and the right of the substantiation of impact, because all these are very essential issues. Sometimes not the body takes the decision, but very often ultimate beneficiary says you should act like this. These are the definitions that were provided in the law. They are very extensive because they are based on the international conventions. A disclosure of the information on the ultimate beneficiaries, it is mandatory. There is a nuance here in Ukraine that in the law it is said that the Ministry of Finance together with Ministry of Justice should develop the standard structure, how it should look like, because they have not adopted this structure, they have not approved it. This chart, it is under development, and with time, no doubt, it will be adopted, it will be mandatory as it is developed. Why it is important, this disclosure information on beneficiaries. The company that is compliant, it cannot comply to the norms of compliance. If you have a compliance, no doubt you should get the information on your beneficiaries. If you have a compliance officer, actually you will have a good understanding with whom you do work, who is behind this company. Because as my colleague said today, with Polish case, it's a very vivid example. They worked with some company behind which was the publicly exposed person, and it was in the other country. Disclosure information is mandatory. The structure should be opened, but you should not provide the chart. Maybe before you provided this information to the registrar, but you should documentally provide this evidence, because all this should go in line with the legislation according to the norm that is nationally approved. If, for example, if it is mandatory, for example, to provide good standing certificate, and then no doubt this paper should be apostilled or legalized and delivered in the origin with a translation to the registrar. The same is with the bank. One of the novelties here is that it's important to submit apostilled copies of passports of the outside beneficiary owners. Here it is one of the problems because all the countries, not in all the countries, actually notary certification and apostillation is not envisaged, and in some countries notary certification and apostillation is not envisaged. Ministry of Justice normally says here affidavit, it's actually the issue when you get to the lawyer, then the person could actually say that this document is a real evidence. document. And for us, it's important to understand that really with this law, there are some problems. Compliance or financial monitoring of the bid. When you bring the affidavit document of the final beneficiary, when it is certified by the lawyer, we don't know what will be the reaction of the relevant authorities. Penalties. Today's law says that for non-submission or not timely submission of the information to the state register, penalties should be with the management or the management of the person authorized to act as a manager. So from 17,000 hryvnias to 51,000 hryvnia. Before it was in the amount of 5.5 thousand hryvnias. Also criminal punishment is envisaged when, for example, not true evidence is submitted, and here information is submitted, and here I would like to comment it because earlier ultimate beneficiaries, formerly we registered them with the relevant services, and then in the banks actually we provided a structure and scheme of this beneficiary because financial monitoring divisions worked with the databases, and actually they were ready to work in order really to see the true story about beneficiaries. Today, really, legal entities should disclose the information on the beneficiaries. But as the banks have the opportunities to check all this, then the banks are obliged to inform state financial monitoring service that there is a violation with the ultimate beneficiary when the beneficiaries are not registered. They are supposed to inform it and to stop any businesses with those. Then, on the 28th of August, the new procedure was enforced. Registration service is not supposed to exchange information with the state monitoring when they have this or that in compliance. And then state monitoring, financial monitoring service, if, for example, if something is not consistent, actually they can bring to liability those who are in violation. The state register sends the information to the Territorial Ministry of Justice office, and then actually they actually fix the act on violation, the fact of violation, and actually they say they actually confirm that they were provided the document that shows irrelevance of this or that facts. Then the Ministry of Justice sends the communication further, and the Director General and other managing persons, they have the protocol on this communication, and state monitoring service is delivered, financial monitoring service is provided the information on the violation. Actually, there is a description of violation, how critical it was, and they either start investigation if there are grounds to consider that the ultimate beneficiary information on final beneficiary was kept in secret for this or that reason, and then this person is included in the list of sanctioned people. I have already mentioned what are the mandatory documents, that is notary certified. I have already highlighted the issue related to the apostillation of the copies of the passports of the foreign final beneficiaries, and actually all the information that is submitted to the register or in the bank, it is said that for the subject of initial financial monitoring are not final in order to seek for the fact on the final beneficiary. Presumption that is included on the state registration, that all the information that are kept in the register are true, accurate, and can be used for the investigations. They are not final. So for us, it's important to understand that financial monitoring services are very important, their role here. We understand that they play an important role in different cases, and no doubt then they launch the procedures step by step that I have described for you earlier. Also very interesting situation. Out of the list of persons, they excluded non-government organizations. How the final beneficiary owners could be with these companies, it's also a single financial monitoring body cannot explain for us how with these entities could be the final beneficiaries. Key risks for the future will be as follows. So the state will put sanctions and penalties. Financial beneficiary owners, final beneficiary, sometimes they have a very complex structure. Говорите в микрофон. Sometimes you may believe that the beneficiary owner is Mr. Ivanov, who is a beneficiary, and actually, when we speak about his role, actually his role could be an important one. We understand that there is a certain impact of such a person, and compliance actually should treat it very seriously. Actually, who is responsible for disclosure of this information? Actually, checks of the state financial monitoring service. We understand that what is the situation in the country. We understand that all these bodies, they are financed from the state budget. I hope that we will have more information, what sanctions were put on these or that actors and what penalties were put for these or that violations. For us it's important. Давайте.
You should understand that the companies and bigger compliance departments, they're checking the final beneficiary for the long time already, and they establish them. And if you cannot open this information, it's a ring to the compliance to find out who is behind this compliance. So this is in short how it was. And Ruslan, thank you for this very detailed explanations what we are expecting when this law will be effective. But I think if the company has a very clearly understandable opening of information inside the company, and so in fact the practice of implementation will have such serious problems. It will be a question to those companies where it is difficult to find out who are the final beneficiaries, and also at the same time it is an additional business tool to learn about your counterpartners through such instruments. And the companies with compliance departments that are very active, we can count them with fingers on one hand, but we all want to go there ourselves. So they are working, they understand, but the majority of other companies, they will have it as a problem, because I'm facing this in practice very often in big number of cases. The last case was when the bank could not make a transaction of a money transfer, because the client could not explain who is the final beneficiary. But the banker was asking who is the beneficiary. The client could not answer, and the bank says because we see this person as a beneficiary of another company who is under sanctions, and it was not on the level of a Ukrainian bank or Ukrainian company. It was on the level of a city bank, so it stopped the transaction and only asked the company to explain. Also, Kyivstar and MTS, they have on the other hand these compliance departments that are working very efficiently, but they will not know if we will not provide them this information. So I think that it is reason for everyone to think about it, for the businesses who wanted to be strong, who wanted to invest in this system, to develop it and not to have problems, then to pay the fines afterwards. Yes, of course, doubtlessly it is better to invent, to create, to be compliant, but yes, but and now I would like to ask you if you have any questions. Welcome, please. Thank you. Very interesting topic. Just finance. My name is Tatiana. Two questions. Just top three characteristics or reasons to average Ukrainian business to think already about the compliance system, that it is required already, while the Ukrainian company corresponds to first, second and third criteria, so compliance was required yesterday. And the question, top question, the compliance officer should reply to when I want to hire somebody to the company. So, following the criteria, if the company has external counterparties, it's for sure. If the company attracts external money, investments, and if the company has an account in a bank, because more and more it will become relevant, especially in compliance and especially in Ukraine, and it is coming more and more to the point when the banks will understand KYC, know your client, but now it is know your client's client. They follow the whole chain. It makes the life difficult even for banks and the companies. And we as a company who checks the counterparties, international companies, we were not allowed to pay through a bank transfer from Hong Kong because we were registered in a street in Donetsk, and in Hong Kong bank, the bank happened to be in a very global bigger case, and they adjusted all the settings. And everything was settled through a simple letter. Very funny. We have an account in Accuro Exim Bank, and situations like this happened. And as for the second question, we needed to remember. So, what reply to you if a compliance officer invites you? So it is better that he knows the global cases that exist in the world. When companies found themselves in difficult situations, it is good if the compliance officer knows about unique system in Ukraine. And the third question, from my point of view, if the compliance officer can tell you the 12 points which we have to check in your counterparty, it's very good. But if he knows 11 factors, but he does not know the 12, and myself, I would, you will give the compliance officer the basic the requirements, what compliance you need in your company for the company of 20 or 100 people or several thousand people. So a competent and experienced compliance officer will be capable to comment what is needed or not. And from my point of view, I will add that on the criteria, you should think about compliance if everything is perfect inside your company. Even if it is absurd and everything is very good in the company, and it doesn't have any fears at all, but everything happens when there is no fears. And if it is very good inside the company, you should be in advance and think about compliance before something happens. And if you ask the compliance officer if it is the managing director is asking, he will ask him, what will you do if I will do a corruption action? Because the compliance officer should be very not only efficient but very honest, and an honest answer to this question will show his competence. And if we speak the compliance inside the company that the company needs, just to add to everything, the mother company is registered in the US, Great Britain, and you need them because there are specific laws that punish for corruption violations, even if such corruption cases took place in Belarus, in Ukraine, and lots of cases happened in Kyivstar, in MTS, and in Kazakhstan. They are numerous, and this is one of the points. And the second one, if you work with state sector, you will have to have compliance. Not a formal one, but as everyone has, like you collect declarations and put in files. But the point is, when you face it and you ask, coming from that to what the compliance officer has to answer which level of compliance is required, because they always say the top level of compliance, but it is enough to understand what, for example, what to do with gifts and how to work with gifts, and we know that one of the services, very well-known services in the country, who made a mistake when he didn't declare a trip which was paid by his friend who was in some sanction list. That is. Maybe you have any more questions, please? And thanks a lot to all participants, and thank you very much, Antonina, for your moderation, and to all who stayed until the end. So we understood that the compliance, it was a record breaker, because it was for 2 hours people were staying. It was interesting, and we will make probably a separate session for compliance. We hope that this day was interesting and helpful, and you found you new insights, and I will remind you that all presentations will be delivered to you. They are already on a disk, and there will be videos of all presentations. Our technicians promised to make them all available on our channel, and you will be capable to see what was happening in the